is an immediate intervention to the stress response, to the negative anxiety effects. To teach athletes to breathe properly, we start with a breathing technique called circle breathing. Now, if you see to the right of the screen, the right of the slide here, circle breathing is one of the most basic, fundamental breathing techniques that we use because it is the building block for future breathing techniques that we use as we get more advanced in our mental skills training. However, in the moment, sometimes it requires different kinds of breath. So for the sake of this conversation, I'll give you two examples. You can use your breath as an energizing technique. Because let's say you are not anxious enough. Let's say you are not anxious enough at the level of anxiety you need to be able to perform. You're not experiencing enough adrenaline in your body. So one thing that can do that is by taking short, deep breath, energizing breaths, short, quick breaths as energizing breaths. You'll see that. In fact, I'll challenge you to watch in the next sport performance, sport event that you like to watch, whether it's tennis, football, rugby, basketball, whatever it is, and start watching the athletes' behaviors and notice when they take long, deep breaths and notice when they start taking quicker, shorter breaths and see what the situation is that they are using that technique for. Okay, but for this instance, we're going to talk about circle breathing in the sense that we want to slow our breath down. And we do that by first closing our mouth and breathing in through the nostrils. And then as we exhale through the mouth. And we want this inhale and exhale to be completely controlled. So we have a counting system that you can do where you can count to 4 on the inhale and exhale on 4 and continue to repeat that cycle. Okay, the reason why you want to close your mouth on the inhale is because of the airways between your nostrils and your lungs. It is a more direct route. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's get on to this last piece here. Let's see how this looks in the real world. Okay. Take, for example, a sprinter. When a sprinter experiences anxiety beyond a desirable level, their breath will become rapid and shallow, and muscles will begin to tighten. Let's say the same sprinter that we're talking about has a negative thought that we will label as self-doubt prior to the start of a race. Okay? This negative thought, as we have seen, increases anxiety over the perceived inability to cope with the situation and causes their muscles to tighten and reduce muscular flexibility. That means their stride length is shortened and turnover is slowed. Okay? Now, for you track and field athletes out there, you know what the importance of stride length and turnover is. And for those of you who don't, I'll share with you. Stride length and turnover is how you win races, essentially. So your stride is achieved by having relaxed muscles. And turnover, that means the rate to which your foot lands and leaves and lands again, is also dictated by how relaxed the muscles are. If the muscles are tightened, you don't have that flexibility to have the stride you would need to have to win the race. Therefore, the first step the sprinter needs to take to mitigate these negative effects of anxiety is to identify what is within their control in that moment and control their attention. For this example, their breath. It is at this point the sprinter should use the technique of circle breathing, controlling their breath, and then will increase the blood flow and relax the muscles and prevent the shortening of their stride and maintain the rate of turnover to propel them down the track. Okay, so there's a direct correlation. There is a negative thought, there is a threat that is perceived. The body responds to that threat in a negative way. It is mental skills training to educate and teach the athlete how to then manage that situation themselves. And that is by step number one, identifying the controllables. They can control how to mitigate the effects of anxiety. Step number two, implement a mental skill. And this is just one mental skill for this particular example. This is not a comprehensive and absolute model. This is just one way that I'm showing you the science of the mind and body relationship and the practical interventions that we use with our athletes in the moment, on the field, on the sideline, in the locker room, or back in the office. Okay, so that's how that is. And you may not have been aware of it, but you have been in the process of building your masterpiece since the day you were born. But today, from now on, you get to take control of it. You get to be an active participant in creating your masterpiece. Today, if I were to ask you what your masterpiece is, what would you say? How would you describe it? What would it look like? Would you be proud of it? Let me end with this. There's no one size that fits all when it comes to psychosocial services for our athletes. The information being presented by the other delegates and colleagues of the Japanese Science Society all have a part to play. There is not one singular field of study that is the key or the answer or is the only formula. This is a bespoke process. We need all the professionals all on the same team working together to find out these scientific truths in order to realize performance and enhance well-being of the individual, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day, is making sure we're all healthy, that we're all in a good place, and that we're all enjoying what we're doing. And that's why I'm really thankful that we were able to come together for this event, and why it's such an honor to be alongside such like-minded individuals. And I'm very excited to see what is going to come from this event and what we're going to take away and apply to our areas of work. I want to leave you with this. High achievers are not people who never fail. They are people who will never give up. My name is Mike Wilson, and thank you very much for your time. And please, if you have any questions or any thoughts that you'd like to share with me, my contact can be presented to you through the mediators of this event, through Dr. Mwangi and Dr. Elijah. And I'd be happy to carry on this conversation with you, as this is just the beginning. We have only scratched the surface. And I want to thank you for your time. And I hope that the rest of the speakers today have a good experience as well, getting to share their work and their passion in this field. So with that, I will say thank you, and it has been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Wilson, for that presentation. We will take questions from the floor, and those who are online, kindly put your questions on the chat. We'll still address them. Thank you. So any questions on the floor? Any questions on the floor?
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Michael Wilson, thank you very much for a very engaging presentation on mental health and sports performance. This is an area that is not well understood, and sometimes you find coaches are more into physical fitness and very minimally on mental wellness. We've lost quite a number of athletes to mental health and depression because some of these signs have not been actually realized in advance to help them actually recollect themselves and be able to heal. So thank you very much for a very engaging presentation. I have two questions. One, it's about children athletes. These are very good practical interventions, and I feel like they'll do very well when you have advanced and elite athletes. How do we handle these children, kids who are actually going through sports academies and who have issues with dealing with anxiety attack? Is there, there's something we've mentioned about the amygdala. Is their amygdala well developed as for adults? Are they able to cope with the anxiety which comes with sport, just like for elite athletes? How do we go with our practical interventions in dealing with these children, realizing that there is a lot of patience needed in facilitating the interventions? Because if you talk about the circle breathing, we need first to tackle their patience and how to deal with it. How can you advise us who are into psychology in sports on how to help our young athletes in this area? Then my second question is, in creating our masterpiece, it's a very good way of actually coining your presentation, creating a worthwhile masterpiece. We need to help our athletes become more proactive and less of reactive, as you have mentioned. But you find psychologists do not have a very well-grounded place when it comes to dealing with athletes. In the sports organizations, psychologists are very rare. And even if they're there, they're only on consultancy basis. How do we go about educating our sports organizations, our athletes, on how best to tackle issues dealing with mental health? Thank you very much.
We'll take another one.
Good morning, everyone. Mike is okay. Good morning, everyone. So mine is just basically topping up what Dr. Julia was asking, and I have been dealing with kids, and I've noticed that anxiety is something very rampant in children. We used to think that anxiety is only in adults. I've seen anxiety in places whereby it actually even leads to stomach aches and such things like that. I don't know if Mr. Wilson, if you've sort of come up with sort of seen such kind of a scenario whereby kids sort of have anxiety up to a point whereby it leads to stomach ache, and what sort of strategies or solutions do you think we can use for such sort of problems? Thank you.
Maybe you could respond to those three first.
Okay. I think you can hear me now. So, great questions, and very important questions. And it means a lot that the conversation now is focused on our youth. And really, I think what those questions are stemming from is, what is the future of sport? Because the way it has been going, the current sport model that not just the Ministry of Sport that Kenya has, but also on a global level, the current model of sport development hasn't been working on a psychosocial level. That's something I think we're all agreeing on here. And so what we want to be careful of is objectively labeling these behaviors. And so if we take a step back and look at the cognitive development model of adolescence, we have to focus on the process and not the performance. What I mean by that is we have to focus the learning outcomes of these sporting contexts, whether it's in club or at school. The focus, the reinforcement, the messaging needs to be on how do they do and perform that skill to the best of their ability. How do they do it in a way that makes them feel good as a human being? When we focus on the outcome, whether that's wins, whether that's amounts of points scored individually, whether that's the recognition that you get, whether that's the social attention you get from your friends and family for having won the game, we see this, these young minds make this association between performing well. Let me put it this way. Performing good means you're a good person. Performing bad means you're a bad person. And we as adults have created and facilitated this kind of performance environment. And that is being reflected and manifested in these observable behaviors of children, whether that is gastronomic distress or headaches, or low self-esteem, low self-confidence. Those are all negative effects of the anxiety response. So right there, that means we need to shift the way we approach our coaching models, our developmental models, and about the ages of 12 to 13, 11, we'll say, we see this foreclosure of identity. And once we have emphasized this performance-based identity in these youths, that can become, well, it can become very unhealthy, as we're seeing. It takes some very few individuals to the very top of their game, because what do we know about professional athletes is that they're a little anxious, they're a little stressed, and they're a little obsessive. And those things, when managed correctly, can translate into a high achiever in a sporting environment. However, that is far too few and in between, and nobody is advocating for that. What we're advocating for is that when we're dealing with young minds, when we're dealing with children, the focus of sport needs to be on the socialization, on how do you build relationships, how do you work together with people, how do you face a obstacle like learning a new skill that may seem too difficult, but being walked through that process and being encouraged through that process to go for it and really explore who they are as an individual and have that freedom. Because right now they're operating under this box, under this expectation. And to see children collapse underneath that, it's just devastating. And now we're seeing the long-term results of that. We're seeing athletes at the higher levels in the late teens, in the early 20s, coming out and saying, wow, my coaching experience was awful. I was told this, that, and whatever else. So speaking to what both of you said about this youth athlete approach, is the best thing I could tell you from my profession right now is focus on the process, not the outcome. Create an environment in which the children engage in the sport and engage in challenges for the sheer joy of doing it, for their own reward system of doing something they've accomplished themselves. The more you can shift the focus away from the win and loss columns, the amounts of goals scored, points scored, items won, trophies won, all of that, the more you can shift the focus away from that and see, because the thing is when people are enjoying what they do, that winning side of things just becomes a byproduct. It becomes a natural byproduct when people are enjoying what they do. Because if you remember what I mentioned earlier, athletes or people, we can put a slash in there, people with high self-efficacy, that means believe it, that they have the ability to do something, experience less anxiety, have better relationships with people, intentionally choose challenges, persevere in the face of adversity, because they have been built to believe that they have it within them to do it. And they're not being identified or defined by anything externally, by their parents, friends, family, universities, professional coaches, whatever it is. So that was a lengthy response, but I think that's the most direct intervention you as a coach or in a coaching community could do right away, is focus on the process, not the outcome, and the outcome will come.
Thank you for your response. And maybe there are two questions. One question online has been asked, and I would want to read it. How do you know that this is the optimal level of anxiety for the athlete to perform? How do you know that this is the optimal level of anxiety for the athlete to perform? And also, are there cases where sports or training has been a cause of mental health issues? You could kindly respond to those online questions.
Thank you. So first, how do I know that this is the optimal level of anxiety for the athlete to perform? Well, the number one thing I would say is they will tell you. Self-report measures are one of the most effective tools in the scientific model that we use in sports psychology, is just asking the athlete, hey, does this level of anxiety help you? Or is this hurting your performance? So they will give you a very authentic response, but they'll say, no, my heart feels like it's beating out of my chest and I can't think clearly and I'm making all these bad decisions. Okay, well, what do we need to do then to get you in a better place to perform? All right, we need to relax a little bit. We need to dial down our energy. We need to start focusing on what we can do in that moment, whether that's positioning or whether that's something tactical or technical. But the best information, I never look anywhere else. I always just ask the athlete directly or ask the coach directly, how are you feeling right now? And is this feeling helping you? What are you thinking about right now? And is this thought helping you? And they'll tell you, no, I'm speaking to myself negatively. Let me give you an example. When we talk about negative self-talk, okay, we all have that voice in our head that we speak to ourselves, right? When you're speaking negatively to yourself, would you speak to your friend that way? Or your significant other? Or your children? I doubt it. So why do we speak to ourselves that way? So that's a start. Secondly, they're through these self-report measures, we can find what situations as well, because there are two types of anxiety categorically. There is trait anxiety and state anxiety. So this gets a little bit complicated, and this is why we'll have the following symposium next year, right? So when we talk about optimal levels of anxiety, there are people who have in their personality a trait-based tendency to be more anxious than other people would be anxious. There are people who perceive different stimuli as threatening that the person next to them may not perceive as threatening. So that's the first thing. That's why I mentioned earlier, all of us, every single person sitting in that room responds to anxiety differently and experiences anxiety differently. That's why we have to have these self-reported measures from the athletes themselves to say how they feel and how they think in certain moments of the performances or pre-performance, so we know, is this a trait-based anxiety that we need more maybe clinical work on, or is this more situational based anxiety? For instance, the finals of a championship. Everybody's anxious at a finals of a championship. Everyone's going to have elevated heart rates, and so we want to be cautious. We want to be cautious of that, and actually be attentive to what we can do as coaches or managers or organizations to facilitate an environment that is going to be conducive for each specific athlete, and then give them the tools, teach them the mental skills to regulate themselves. Because as a coach, you can't do it for everybody. If you got a team of 50 guys on a football team or a rugby team, whatever, you have your own roles and responsibility as a coach on the day of performance as well. So the athletes need to have that autonomy. And I want to bring this back to earlier, the question from Dr. Julia, I believe it was, about the relationship between the brain development of the amygdala in adolescents versus adults, and what this means in the response to this question is that we form maladaptive coping mechanisms. Some people choose substances. That's why we see substance abuse in sports. That's also why we see domestic violence. And I'm not saying this categorically. There's other reasons that go into this, but this plays a part in the development process and how to cope with stress. And so we want to be very, very intentional about creating an environment from an early age that teaches these skills of what is healthy behavior and what is not healthy behavior. Okay. And I think that leads into the second question that says, how do you apply ACT in team sports? Well, that again, I'll revert back to the idea of these self-reported measures. Asking your team in a group, when are you distracted? What types of events in the game cause you to lose your distraction, or cause you to lose confidence, or seem threatening to you and make you seize up, make your muscles tighten up, and make you lose your train of thought? What are those situations in the sport? What happens in those moments? Okay, well, if A is what happens, let's see how we can address that so that when A does happen in the game, we can do this, this, and this. And then now, boom, we're back in the game. Okay. Also with attentional control training, there's definitely times you can do it throughout the season. I always work with groups and teams, especially in the preseason, where we can sorry, that's a colloquialism, where we can identify these controllables from the get-go. So from day one, everybody's on the same page. And that way athletes can also hold each other accountable. And, especially for the role of, let's say, the captain on the team, they're the ones that for the most part will wear that responsibility to be aware of when there are distractions happening in the team and how to regain control of that focus. So that's how it would work in a team setting. That's how it would work in a team setting on a very basic level. And there are more intricacies to that, because then you got to talk about level of sport as well. Because the level of the sport, you're going to have a totally different set of responses of what's a distraction. The distractions for elite athletes are not going to have the same effect for the distractions of amateur athletes. And we see that in the science of skill development with the studies that have been done on skill acquisition from amateur to elite athletes, in that amateur athletes are distracted way more by task irrelevant information. Elite athletes have spent years filtering all of that automatic process out, all of those distractions out, so that they are able to perform at a very high level, when an amateur, less experienced athlete in that same position would not be successful. So we have to keep that in mind too. What athletes have done at a very high level is earned. You know, they've suffered, they've put in the work for that. And you know, that's why we can't expect those levels of performances from amateur and youth athletes, or different levels of sport. That's why we have to be aware of our own expectations and our own projections.
Thank you for that presentation.
Absolutely. That's a big part of why I do what I do, is because not only has mental health not been addressed, it's just been neglected. And so there are so many ways to go with this response. Wow. Communication. Let's just go with communication. I'll limit it to one response. Communication. The way a coach communicates with an athlete. I believe it was, who was it recently? Was it Naomi Osaka, this last Summer Olympics, who had said that one of her previous coaches had just spoken so negatively to them in their trainings, and really beat down their self-esteem and their self-confidence. And now she is experiencing the results of that. You know, that's trauma. That's verbal abuse in some ways. And so if I was to take that in a applied example, you know, putting value on the right things, putting value on effort, putting value on sacrifice, putting value on giving your best, putting value on recovering from mistakes, putting value on the individual themselves just being a participant in your team. You know, in competitive sports, we put value on what you produce. If you don't produce anything, you're not valuable. So this goes way back to what I said in the beginning about this performance-based identity. If I perform good, I'm a good person because everybody gives me recognition and pats on the back, and I get rewards and sweets and all this stuff. If I perform bad, I'm a bad person. And that can lower self-esteem, that can affect confidence. And when we see people with low self-esteem, negative thinking increases. And that's where you can see disorders start to creep in, like depression, anxiety, and there are further results with that can go so far as suicide. And we need to be very serious about that. And I think as I wind up here, if we're really going to be responsible and make a difference in the lives of these athletes, if we're really going to choose mental health, we need to start taking these things seriously. We need to start placing roles and positions formally in universities, in the Olympic committees, in the ministries that can address these needs. People that use the scientific model, that have been trained in this. We need this, because it's not that focusing on mental health means performance goes away. That's not the point. That's not what we're saying here. We're saying that mental health is essential for quality performance and a quality way of life. So, thank you.
We'll take 2 more questions, then we wind up on that session.
Yes. Hello, Mike. That was a great presentation. This is Gerono here. I'm based in North Carolina. My question is, Sorry, I do apologize for that. Great presentation. I'm based in North Carolina, so I'm enjoying this presentation. My question is, what other support systems do you recommend in place? Because we know that athletes experience other external factors that contribute to stress. So from your experience, what other support system or programs do we need to put in place? You know, of course, what we do in the U.S. is we have a lot of support systems on college campuses or other places. So what do you recommend from your practice and from your experience?
Absolutely. That is a great question. And this is something that I and my colleagues have been trying to do on an international level. And what this means is we need to modify the sport development model. So as you said, in the States and also over into Europe, there are strategic positions that coincide with coaching courses and skill development models, whereby you would implement mental skills training at a very early age. If not directly to the athletes, the coaches would be required to go through mental skills training yearly, along with their certifications. Now, that would be, let's say, on the private side, on the club and competitive side. Now, on the institutional side, on the formal education side, so universities, colleges, high school campuses, just as other countries have, let's say, physical trainers as part of the teams, nutritionists, dietitians, strength and conditioning coaches. I think that was mentioned earlier. There needs to be mental skills trainers. It's just as necessary as part of this model as any other. Now, counselors as well need to be there, and counselors do have a role in this for what goes on outside of sport. But we need trained professionals in performance enhancement to be in those positions. We also need people at the government level. We need people in the ministries. We need people in the Olympic committees as well. For example, here in the States, at each of the Olympic training facilities, there's on staff 3 to 5 sports psychologists. So those resources are there, and athletes use them, coaches use them, teams use them, they travel with them, because it has been recognized as a critical value to the well-being and therefore performance of the athletes. So that is my proposal to resolving this issue and meeting these needs. Is it needs to be formalized as it is other roles in the sport development and sports science practitioner model. We need to have mental skills trainers on staffs that are solely dedicated to teaching athletes mental skills, coaches mental skills, and also educating the organizations on how mental skills are incorporated into their culture, into their environment.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Mike. My name is Ahmed Yaouta. I'm a professional basketball player all the way from Egypt. I wanted to ask a question. Throughout your presentation, you were talking about some of the issues and the challenges an athlete goes through in terms of expectations and pressure and stuff. I was wondering, what if an athlete is, for example, under contract with a certain team, and that coach is always verbally abusing you, is always putting pressure on you, especially if you're recovering from injury, for example. So how do you deal with such pressure, given that you're in the beginning of a season, you have a year-long journey with that coach? How do you deal with such pressure? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being with us today. It's great to have somebody of your caliber here to be able to share with us the realities of performance at a high level. Now, that's tough. That's a tough situation to be in, especially because when we perform, athletes are performers. And when we're performing, we are putting ourselves in a very vulnerable situation. Physically, yeah, of course, you know that, but also emotionally. And when we see this kind of coaching behavior, this authoritative type of coaching behavior, what we have to recognize is that that is not within our control. What is within our control is how we respond and how we internalize that information they're giving us. You know, maybe the first question you have to ask yourself is, well, is it really even information I need to pay attention to? You know, just if I'm saying, for example, here, I'm not going to give clinical advice or anything like that. But that's kind of the first thing, is because when we talk about a authoritative coaching style and a performance-based environment, it's all objective. What the coaches are trying to do is objective. It's not about necessarily the individual personal development of the athlete. It's more of this. It's more of the approach of, you're on your own. This is the expectation. You meet it or you don't. And if you don't meet it, you're out. If you do meet it, you're in. That's kind of just like the bottom line, if I could say it quickly. So what we have to do as people on the receiving end of that is determine how much of what the coach is saying is within our control to do or not. And whatever is within our control, then we've got to focus everything on that. We've got to invest everything in that and make sure that we be the people that we want to be in this moment. Because what is going to be detrimental to ourselves in the long run, in the future, for the longevity of our career, if we plan to play for a while, is if we allow our self-esteem to be dependent on an external source. Because what happens when that external source is gone? Or what happens if you can't satisfy that external source? So that's the challenge, is right there identifying what is within your control. What is it that you can do every day to be the person, the human being you want to be, that happens to play basketball professionally? Because you're not your sport. You're you, and you play a sport. So we have to remind ourselves of that distinction when it comes to this high level of athletics. Because it's true, we do have to be absorbed in the task to perform at a high level. It's very competitive. It's very competitive. But it's a matter of what we want out of the situation. Do we want to come out of the situation not being ourselves, not being who we feel in our core we're supposed to be? Or are we going to walk away with the situation knowing, that was it, man. I gave it everything. I was myself. I stayed true to what I believed in. I performed the best I could, the best that I know how. And and that's it. There is no other mindset to have. So that is definitely something I'd love to speak further at length with. But in short, identify what the coach is saying. Is it anything to do with you practically, tactically, technically, or is it something personal? And make those distinctions. Because you have to be who you are. Otherwise, you'll never be satisfied.
Thank you. Thank you. I think now we bring to the end that session on the keynote address from Michael Wilson, and we proceed to other presentations. At this point, I want to, before that, we could appreciate the presenter with clap. Yes. Thank you very much for that reminder. And for now, I think I want to invite Professor Koshuke Takahashi, a presentation on experimental psychology on face and body across fields. And he's doing that online.
Then I'll share my screen. And can you see my screen? It's okay.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks. And I'm Kosuke Takahashi from the Ritsumeikan University, Japan. And Wilson now gave us a great talk about psychology and sports. And I'm also a psychologist, but I'm not a psychologist on sports. Just I'm a cognitive psychology. And my research topic is experiential psychology on face and body across fields. And first of all, I express my great appreciation to organizers. Thanks for organizing this great opportunity and invite me to share talk. Okay, so at first I introduce by myself, and I'm Kosuke Takahashi, and my research field is cognitive psychology and experiential psychology. And my research topic is, for example, visual illusion and face perception and field study. And today's talk is about this huge project. This project is supported by Japanese government, Ministry of Education and Science and Technology. And this is called the construction of the face body studies in transcultural conditions. And this project, the mission is to reveal differences in facial and body expressions across diverse cultures, and to explore the possibilities for developing a mutual understanding of diverse cultures. Of course, here is Japan, and Wilson is in the US, and the venue is, Nairobi. So there are three huge different background cultures, and now we make some international communication using this kind of online, and we are exchanging our facial expression and body expression. So there is some perception, face and body between us, and our method is a collaboration of anthropology and experiential psychology and philosophy. So I'll talk about this project here. And now I'm in Japan, and Osaka. So here's Japan, and this is a large map of Japan, and this is Tokyo is the largest city in Japan, and Osaka is the second largest city in Japan. And this is my university in Osaka, around this. And from my office, I can see this huge tower. The name of the tower is the Tower of the Sun. And this is a view from my office. And here is this Tower of the Sun. And this is a kind of conceptualization of the face and the body. So I recommend, if when you come to Japan, I strongly recommend to visit here. It's quite a unique experience to see this directly. And this height is 70 meters. Seriously, it's 70 meters. And the length of arm is 25 meters. And the tower has four faces, and there's no legs. So this is the conceptualization of face and body of artist. But this means that our physical body is limited. But limited means that the physical body is limited by the biological restriction. But our image of face and body is quite free. So it's related to the psychology of sports, because sports involves the image of face and body to make a great performance. And face and body recognition and expression, so we are doing this kind of study, and why and how here. So as I said, psychological diversity is probably larger than biological or physical diversity. So it means a way of thinking, or way of seeing, or way of behaving. So it's great diversity between different cultures or different regions. And so psychological science has accumulated knowledge only from very limited region or cultures. This is now called weird psychology. So it means, almost all evidence of psychological science is collected in, for example, US or European countries. And there's only small number of research in, for example, Southeast Asian or African countries. So now the psychologists begin to consider we need, research all over the world across the field. And so our mission is to reveal the cultural dependency and cultural universality of recognition and expression of the face and body. So we conduct field experiment. And I have some collaborators, Masaki Shimada. So Masaki Shimada and Takanori Oishi, who they gave a presentation yesterday, and today Mr. Kun and Dr. Ten will give a presentation as well. And another collaborator is Pen, is also in Japan, and Nobu Inazumi, he's probably in the venue, at the venue on site, and helping the organization. And he also joined our team this year. And so we have a collaborator like this and access the field all over the world now. Okay, so our method is a collaboration of field work and experimental psychology. And as I am an experimental psychologist, so I am planning the experiment and getting empirical data. And my collaborator is an anthropologist, so he or she gave me interpretation of the data. So this is a circular of the experimental psychology and the field work of anthropology. So this is our method of the research. And I'm a psychologist, but I by myself also visited the field 2017, 18, and 19, the village in the along the Lake Tanganyika called Katumbi, and conducted an experiment there using the tablet device like this. And usually I'm experimental psychologist and do research in laboratory. So this is a typical laboratory setting like this, a small room and a fixed display or something, and there is an isolated space and very, very controlled environment regarding the lighting or sound or something. And usually we sample the participant from the university. And this is a field experience. So what we did is quite similar between laboratory and the field, but environment is quite different between these two situations. And so I briefly introduce about my research. This is already a published research, and we investigate the perception of emojis or emoticons using this kind of tablet-based experiment. So we tested, people in Tanzania and people in Cameroon and people in Japan, and present this kind of the face or emoticons or emojis one by one, and ask the participants to evaluate the emotion of the face or emotion of the emoticons. Like this. This is a happy face and neutral face and a sad face. So emoticon is also smiling or neutral and sad. And this is a result. So if you know much more deeply, then please refer this paper. But this is a brief result. So we found that this real face, these three panels show the real face results. And red is people in Cameroon, and green is the people in Tanzania, and blue is the people in Japan. So for the real face, the emotion evaluation or expression perception is quite similar among these three regions or three cultures. However, as for the emojis or emoticons, like this smiley, the response is quite different between Japan and Tanzania and Cameroon. So I like this. So I think so for me, this smiley, it looks like smiling, obviously, but in Tanzania and Cameroon, some people do not necessarily evaluate this face as a smiling. So I'm quite surprised, and it's a very, very interesting findings, because our perception of the facial expression is quite different when using this kind of schematic faces. And also, here's another experiment, but I'll skip this one. And we also get some drawing from the field. So this is a kind of the reflection of our image of face and body. So drawing is a good tool to reveal how they make an imaging of the face, or how they make an imaging of the body. For example, in the context of sports psychology, maybe the people in anxiety draw their face somewhat distorted due to the distorted bodily image by themselves. So maybe this kind of drawing can be associated with athlete performance. So it may be helpful to understanding the internal state of the athlete by this kind of drawing. Anyway, we have performed some psychological experiment in the field, and what we found is there are some difference between the laboratory-based experiment and the field experiment. So, for example, one is how to recruit participants. So, usually in laboratory, we recruit the participants from the university student, but in the field, we need recruit the participant, for example, wandering around the village and ask people to join our experiment. This means that they have no background, no knowledge about the background of our research. So it's a somewhat different situation between laboratory and field. And for device, so experimental device, it's completely identical between laboratory and field. And now we found that tablet device like iPad or some tablet-based PC is efficiently works even in the field. So they can very familiar with using this device, even if they have no, for example, laptop PC or desktop PC, due to there is no power supply. And most people can operate this kind of device by themselves. The major difference is like this. One is the difficulty in controlling the environment. So, for example, lighting or temperature or sound is difficult to control in field experiment. So in the laboratory, we can easily control, but it is almost impossible to control. And another difference is, many people gather around the participant, and some people speak to the participant in the field. So as you see, in the laboratory, the space of the experiment is isolated. So there is no other person. And this is a huge difference between field and laboratory. Yeah, okay. And thanks to the participant in field, we have held this kind of exhibition in Japan. So exhibition of drawing, and we show some drawing from field, face and body. It's quite interesting experience for me. Okay, now I'll give a conclusion. Okay, so although there are some limitations, as I said, some difference between the laboratory and the field. For example, we cannot control the environment, lighting, sound. But we found that field experiment is a powerful tool to reveal the cultural dependency and cultural universality of the psychological aspect of our cognition and behavior. So previously, as a psychological science accumulated the comparison between Eastern culture and Western culture, it's quite a rough definition of the culture. But now, using this kind of the field experiment, we can collect the knowledge or insights about the diversity of our psychology, or diversity of our perception, more precisely or more detailed. So it's our future direction, I think. And finally, we are seeking for collaborators and counterparts in various regions for future studies. So if you are interested in this kind of studies, please let us know. Maybe we can make a collaboration in future. Okay, thank you for your attention, and thank you everyone for helping us study. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And any questions from the floor?
Thank you very much for a very, very good presentation and actually a very interesting study. I feel that the kind of work you're doing has important implications for the current conversations around face recognition and machine learning and its impact on people's security and other issues. So I would like you to comment on that. But other than that, I think you answer something very interesting, especially when we consider the fact that perception of faces and emojis and how we have to do a lot of cultural adaptation of how faces look. This is very interesting research indeed that I think has important implications in terms of implementation on other areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. This is, I would say, breaking barriers. This is like breaking barriers because some of these emojis that started doing rounds were developed in particular regions and they were not universal. But now you are breaking the barriers and even developing emojis of faces in Africa, regions that were not initially considered. So I'm impressed, and I would encourage more of this so that when we talk about face recognition, then we are able to put together all factors so that when, like the previous speakers just talked about machine learning and facial recognition, then an African face may not smile the way an Asian face is smiling. Maybe an African face is more broader when they are smiling than others who conceal. Yes, the African is just African. There's nothing that they conceal. And so I would be interested to see more of this happening and maybe even get a chance to take part in future research. Thank you.
Professor, any comment?
Knowing this kind of difference helps our future communication, smooth communication, or prevent the discommunication. So maybe we can collaborate to know the difference or diversity of face perception and face recognition, or also facial expression. So knowing this kind of things is actually very, very important. Thanks.
Thank you very much again for that presentation. Those who have joined us, the theme for this session has been and is continuing to be human emotional health, expression, and biopsychosocial issues in sports and beyond. And now, the next presenter is Dr. Chaoji Tian, who is also presenting online. So, welcome.
So, wait a minute. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Yes, you. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So today I'm going to talk about my research in Kenya, and the title is Know the Body Performance and Embodied Emotional Expression of Maasai Youth with Mixed Method. So first of all, my name is Tian, and now I'm a JSPS research fellow. I'm doing research in Kenya from 2012. So actually, this symbol is quite meaningful to me because it's marks the 10th year of my research in Kenya. So about my research, I'm studying about Maasai children and youth. And about children, it's about their development, the staged learning and socialization, especially I'm assessing the process of learning traditional knowledge about plants, animals, livestock, and the land. And about the youth performance, I'm assessing how do they perform and what does the fitness mean to them. So I think both two of these topics can guide towards a better understanding of the body culture of Maasai from a biosocial approach. And for the Maasai land, I think most of the audience here know better than me. It's a dry land. And you see sometimes you meet lots of natural trauma on the way of visiting people. But generally, the children here, they are very happy and they give me big, big smiles. So, I want to start about my research with the Maasai youth. So in the pictures, you can see the Maasai youth perform traditional high jump in Maasai Olympic, which was a game organized for wildlife conservation. So looking at these slides, I want to ask everybody to think about, is such body performance only about body and wing? So in the village, I also joined the youth and to see how they jump. So the youth told me, we jump for togetherness. And a good jump is when you jump in a happy mood. And a good jump requires you, the jumper, to respond to the sounds of the peers. So with my colleagues, we checked how exactly they jump in their daily life. So we used some biomechanical methods to count how these youth, how high actually they had jumped in their daily life. And from 150 times of vertical jump, we find lots of variations exist actually in their jumping heights, which means, and we can see the lowest jump, even we can reach the height, 0.2 meter. So means we also can jump if we know the happiness of the jump. And I also checked how exactly those youth, they cheered for such high jumping. So they cheered up in between the performance and during the performance, and not only towards the jumper, and also towards the singers, and sometimes even just towards the friends. So it means, together with the words of the youth, it does not emphasize competitiveness among individuals, but it shows the sense of being and performing together among the youth. So I think what I learned from them is that there are sports perceived or defined as traditions are still misinterpreted in the Western dichotomy of nature, bio, and culture. And there are bodies and performances that are far to be understood as the individual outcomes is unconditionally overemphasized, and the process and interactions are largely overlooked. So going back to to my study of the children's developments, like the staged learning and socialization, what I have done is participate observation from the anthropological approach. I stayed with Maasai for totally 13 months, and I did focal observation of certain children from 2 to 12 years old, and I documented the activities, location, companions every 5 minutes from dawn to dusk. So what I found is that even from 2 years old, these children gradually participate in family tasks. I set them as chore here. And then they also do plenty of playing together with lots of moving around, of course, the food, rest, and others. And among them, see, the play of children are very diverse. The girls play a lot of making house, and the boys play lots of throwing stick, and also playing hunting, and some others like tree climbing and physical play, which I think is linked with their local ways of training the body, the physical education in the Maasai society. So we go to look at the details of this physical training in Maasai society. This is one of the play of herding boys doing herding. And this boy is around 5 years old. He can remember all these cattle, the names, the family kinship, and for each cattle, some have their names he also can call. And another play, this is chasing and observing the animals. So the boy, he doesn't want to scare the animals, so he took off his shoes, walking slowly to get near to some animals. If you can find animals in the meeting room, if somebody can find animals, just to show a giraffe and a zebra. And the stick throwing, as mentioned by the boys, is the most frequently played game, as it is most safe for them to play with the livestock. It's easy for them to follow the livestock and very convenient to stop anytime if the livestock need them. So in Maasai land and many areas in Africa, the childhood activities outside school, including both work and play, actually contribute to the development of children in terms of motor skill, fitness level, and mental health. But their body culture is not just limited to this biosignificance. So going further, we choose some issue outside sports, but let's see how they link with sports. So this is the land, the geographic map of how far exactly the children has traveled when they stay at home in the blue color, and when they go herding in the red color, and the elevation. And at home area, these children can only access to 8 plant species. And you can see the map. But when they go across the forest, and they can access to approximately 223 plant species that are recognized and named in their own language. And for the girls, firewood tasks. Rich knowledge learning for the girls and young women is about the land and life. And I think there are some researchers found the Maasai girls, the Maasai female youth have competitive muscle strength in their arms compared with US youth in the 1970s. And what is behind this fitness is, I can see maybe the knowledge of the trees. So in 1 week, with my observation, 3 girls collected 24 species, and they can call them and tell you the purpose why they're collecting them. And from the 21 trips, it's a lot of firewood has been collected, which actually contribute to the fuel use in their family, reduce the burden of the mothers and the old people. So the fitness for the children is not only about the bio, but it's about knowing the land and the whole ecosystem. So the physical education at home, as we can see, for both children and youth, consists of holistic value learning, not only about the body itself, but also about the emotions, the utilities of society, and the rich cultural knowledge on the fauna and the flora of the land, which we can see it link and contribute to the continuum of the natural and the cultural heritage in arid and semi-arid land in Kenya. So when I start my research, I meet Francis Nyamonjo, a professor from South Africa. He told me you need to be aware of how the African people do if you want to know the education. And I quote his research paper, which he wrote, the value acquired during the colonial era that teach the superiority of the colonizer sets the tone for the imbibing of knowledge and continue to dominate education and life in current Africa. The result is that the knowledge needed for African development is rendered irrelevant by a limiting set of values. And he called this kind of education as potted plants in greenhouse. I think this quote is quite interesting. And 10 years now, I think actually many things we have learned, and we are willing to continuously learn about the diverse growing path and rich means of body performances of children and also youth during different cultural groups through collaborations. And such learning indeed has enriched the education in Japan, like my colleagues presented yesterday, Dr. Oishi and Dr. Kitokoro, and many other countries outside Africa, like what has been mentioned about Professor Wandeli. And with our best wishes, we hope such rich embodied learning and growth outside school could be considered and effectively applied in the physical education of youth and children in Africa for the well-being of all. So that's my presentation, and thank you so much. Asante sana, Ashiolin, ありがとうございます。谢谢。
Thank you very much for that presentation. We'll ask for any questions so that you could be able to respond to them. Members on the floor or online, if you have any questions online, kindly chat. And if you are here and you have a question, we shall give you the mic.
Hi. Hello. My question is, if we were focusing on the Maasai and their performance in the high jump and how it came as a natural thing to them because of their traditional and culture, that means their way of life. So does it answer my question that maybe are all Kalenjins marathon runners? It's just a question. Another thing, when you look at Ethiopian athletes, most of them come from the Kaffa region, like one region. So due to their way of life, does it lead to their sport performance? Adding on those questions, we look at our national teams in Kenya. For example, the rugby team. If you look at the squad, most of the athletes come from maybe a particular region. Majority of them, not all, but the majority come from a particular region. So, coming to my question, like, does tradition have that much influence in sport performance or culture? Thank you.
Actually quite different from the topic I want to talk. Today, my talk is more about I focus on the educational aspects, which I think in the physical education, we may consider more collaborations with other fields so that to enrich our understandings of what exactly the physical or the body culture in Africa could be. I only use Maasai as one example because I know how the children do and the youth do in this society. But as we know, there are many context. And yeah, so I don't know if I have answered your questions or not.
Dr. Tian, we lost you somehow. If you could repeat, it would be good. We lost your communication.
Can you hear me?
No. You could kindly repeat your response.
Can you hear me now?
Audible now. We can hear you. Kindly repeat the response because we lost you along the way.
Oh, sorry. So can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
I think it's quite difficult for me to mention about how the high performance in sports competitions, but I think my study can make some more contributions to the education aspects of how the sports can bring well-being to the society through education. And yeah, so and why mention about Maasai? Because I know Maasai very well, and I think there are many ethnic groups in Africa which still we know very little about how actually they educate their children. But in this kind of local ways of teaching and learning, actually it's very diverse. And with rich meanings, cultural meanings, and lots of venues. So I think it's quite important for the future of this society. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that response. And I think we do not have any other question, so we shall proceed. Maybe you could give a clap to her. We'll have the last presentation coming from Dr. Juliet Isika.
I'm talking online. I'm talking to her online. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, but the person on the floor is not linking as well because he thinks you are finished. I would like to thank you for that very good presentation because when some of the NGOs come to this country, and I'm talking from the point of view of humanities and social sciences, they think that when children get involved in some work, is child abuse, is about labor, and so on. But you have shown very well how it's actually educational content, but not child abuse. And I think that clarification has gone down very well with me. Secondly, I just wanted to know, this educational content, what strategies does the society use to impart that content to the children? Is it like peers know a lot of things through their former peers and they hand the children teach other children, or adults have certain venues where they tell them what they should do, or they discover heuristically just when they are in the field of work? I just want to understand something about the strategies and methods of learning. Thank you.
I think in recent years, actually, in my field, we have several very, very excellent books, very good sellings about African children and how different this learning in African children is different from child labor. And it's also a topic in the UNESCO. And I think even there is a book called African Children at Work, which describes how the children actually learn from being a part of their society. So I think the method is so different, and that even the ethic venues of children or childhood is different. One of the most important learning is from peer work, and learning from your brothers, your sisters. Yes, because the elders would have their own business and they can give you advice, but the learning is through practice. And it's because of this practice, it links the knowledge with the body and the fitness. But I think in Kenyatta University, I know a very, very, very interesting researcher, Professor Sifula and Professor Ngokatsi. I think, and he's also Turkana, from Turkana group. And they also mentioned about how actually the education system should consider the practice of the children. So I think in sports area, we have the potential to consider this by link the body with other fields. Yes. And thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much. There's one question on the chat.
Yes, I think from Kizito, about maybe we can call it the vertical jump. Here, it's actually what we identify to count the height is only vertical jump. Yeah, but in many papers, literatures, actually they call this jump as high jump. So, yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, in a technical way, maybe it's better to do it like the vertical jump. Technology and current ways of life. Yeah, I think from Ouma Joka, I think this question actually is very, very important. I think what we can see is because the children, they are always involved in the society, in activities. So they have access to technologies and they are not being infected. And they also, like the adults, getting used to learn and through practice. So it's a very difficult question to answer, but like the ways how they use phones. The children read newspapers for the parents, and they find the ways how to deal in issues happening around the country. So I think they are together, not like in Western cultures, the children were just protected by the parents. So it's totally different what I can see. Yeah, and thank you very much for your question. So should I handling the desk to the organizer?
Thank you very much. One more question. One question. Professor Tian, just hold on.
Thank you. My name is Sobanizi Khalif from South Africa. I'd like to appreciate, it's not a question, your research and your research finding reflecting the true African culture and the upbringing as it is and not interpreted the wrong way. My reaction is also on the terminology, whether it's a high jump or a vertical jump. I think we as Africa will appreciate also to use the native language terminology if there are no direct translation terminology. I wouldn't be sure what Messiah group call that particular jump, but rather than translating and interpreting it, we can use the native language for that particular jump. Thank you.
I think what people need to improve maybe the technology or to improve the learning is give them access. So if children or youth, they have access with their society, I think they know how to use it very well. And I think they know very fast. They learn very fast, better than us. Yes. And thank you.
So I think with that, we can appreciate her with a clap. And now we move to the next session. And I also want to remind those who are online, kindly put your chats on. We shall respond to them. So we welcome Dr. Juliet Isika on the presentation entitled Body Image and Musculoskeletal Issues in Female Fashion Models. We arrive on KUTV for those who are able to view, and we also have sign language interpreters. Sharon Wamboi doing a good job at the back. Keep it up. So Juliet, the floor is yours.
glad to be here. I come from the Fashion Design and Marketing Department. My name is Dr. Juliet Isika. I think the question I'd like to pose to you is, why do you dress up every day? I know you'll tell yourself, I dress for me, I dress for me. You actually don't dress for you. You dress for other people. Like today you are here because your occupation dictates that you should be here. So you're not in shorts, you're not in swimming costumes, so that you protect your body image, so that you ensure at the end of the day, you're actually within the scope of being fashionable or wearing what is acceptable, and ensuring that you can actually be safe when still in your space. So with that said, sorry for the challenges. With that said, the first slide, please. The research we did was to look at the body image, the fashion, and any muscular issues or effects that are related to female fashion models. Next. It's interesting to realize that in Kenya and in the rest of the world, fashion modeling is a career that is very glamorous, very prestigious. And everyone almost feels like it's the thing they should do. When you talk about fashion design, they think it's fashion modeling. They're not the same. One is about garments, the other is about marketing the garments. Many studies have shown their benefits and challenges of actually being in this great career. In Kenya and in the rest of the world, wearing heels is part of female gender identity. There are several studies, a lot of literature from the medical field and other related medical fields that have shown that wearing of high heels has very, very many musculoskeletal effects that are negative to the females. However, the body image which I talked about, you came here dressed for your occupation and made sure you looked right, is important. So the women are wearing high heels. However, what did we find? Because you find in Kenya, depending on what research you're doing, you may not get a lot of funding. And in fashion, that happens to be the case. So we try to find out what is happening in this career. High heels put the foot at an angle, pull muscles and joints out of alignment so that the effects are limited to the feet. However, research has also shown that other than your feet, they're the most affected part, but the rest of your body with time actually deteriorates. The upsurge of plus size and slim models in the fashion modeling career in Kenya has further compounded the phenomena. We don't have much of policy, we don't have even a shoe industry, we don't have much research in feet and shoes. So we receive what we have and try our best to be part of this noble career, to actually ensure the garments get to you looking or giving the kind of body image you would want as you go on doing different things. So the study looked at the different phenomena as I've indicated. Next. The objectives were to look at the behavior of wearing high heels by fashion models, assess the body image of the fashion models as habitual high heel wearers. They may at times be occasional, but because of their career, they tend to be relatively habitual. Then identify the musculoskeletal issues related to wearing high heels. So some of the results or some of the findings that we found is that majority of the high heels, majority of the female models are between 20 and 29 years. The next group being around 20 to 29 years. Most of them were students and were informally employed. Most of them, the groups of models that we got were curvy and slim models. It was important to do this so that when we look at the behavior, we tell ourselves, what does the curvy model like, or what does she prefer to wear, and what does the slim model prefer to wear. Most of the respondents modeled part-time. However, there are those that took modeling as a full-time job. half of the respondents model for a period of 1 to 3 years. That may look like a short period of time, but when you look at the fact that when it comes to fashion, yes, emanates from adults, but it quickly trickles down to children. So you'll be surprised to see children in suits on a Sunday. Why would you do that to a child? You would see a child in a little sort of mini stiletto on a Sunday. Why would you do that to a child? So yes, they will look like they've worn high heels for a relatively short period of time. However, you need to realize they might have worn it a little bit longer because fashion trickles from adults to children in terms of design. So in terms of behavior in wearing high heels, most of the fashion models, just about half, owned 5 to 10 pairs of shoes. So it would be interesting to note that you've invested a lot in something that could actually impede your health in the long term. Almost all the respondents wore both flat and heeled shoes, which was good because it would be sad to have people who only believe you should wear high heels so that you look nice, so that you keep the right image. So that was an encouraging finding. Most of the models attended social events that required them to wear high-heeled shoes as part of dress code. So other than the fact that it may be work code or occasional dress code, as women we are necessitated at times to actually wear high heels. There's some kinds of dresses, some kinds of functions that you attend, you can't actually wear a flat shoe. So you're pushed to absorb or adapt to wearing high heels. Some of the fashion models implied that it was compulsory to wear high heels as a fashion modeling dress code or occupation dress code. I think with the time, being plus size, being curvy has been associated with being rich, looking very nice. Yes, there are studies to that effect. It's also important to note that because we come from Africa, being curvious is nothing to be ashamed about. It's something good. There are also theories along that. There's one by John, another one, John Lever, I think, another one by James Lavender, that actually push women and in terms of dress or body to be the way they are. And it's because that is dictated by the men folk. So they don't have a choice in what they consume. In terms of behavior still in wearing high heels, the highest high heel worn was between 5 and 6 inches, and those that were between 3 and 4 inches. So those that were above 6 inches were less. It's important to note that when measuring the high heel as height, you measure it from the end of the shoe to the bottom of the heel, not from the top of the shoe to the bottom of the heel. In terms of behavior, again, of wearing high heels, the slim models, this is ranked. It was a Rickert scale that they were to fill in. However, the results were just ranked to show us what was more popular in terms of the behavior in wearing high heels. These results, are for the slim models. The column, the column on the left shows us the type of high heel. The middle section has described the type of high heel. What we need to realize about high heels is that defining it by the type of heel, defining it by the size of heel is extremely important. Also defining it in terms of the distance between the heel and the tip of the toe ensures that you have more comfort. So it would be important for you to know what are you buying and how would it affect your life. So in terms of comfort, those that were slim ranked the stiletto to be the best for them, followed by the kitten and the wedge, which are the third, which are the bottom, and the one second from the top. This was followed by the cone, and then the puppy and the spool. For those that were curvy, or plus size as we call them, they preferred the puppy, which is the middle within the 7 rows, I believe, followed by the wedge, then next by the cone and the kitten, and then lastly we have the stiletto. So in terms of body image, there were a few indicators of body image considered when wearing high heels. And I think I'd like to mention that the scales are not necessarily standard. They were adapted from other studies, because in science at times it's good to have scales or items of measure that are validated. So these were adapted from other studies. Indicators of body image considered when wearing high heels. Overall, the women wearing high heels had a positive, they indicated that the wearing of high heels had a positive effect on the body image for them. Hence, the need to keep buying the fashion items and use them as part of their occasional or work dress code. So they did feel that they would look better, have a better effect on their appearance. They did feel that they would feel more attractive when they wore high heels. It made them feel taller and be able to be in charge. People would view them as more dependable, had a lesser response. However, it's important to note, even when it has a lesser response, what we need to ask ourselves is, where are you at when wearing these high heels? So if you're possibly in a meeting and you can tower and have an elevated maybe front and look like you're in command, that would be positive. Whether the high heels, wearing of them would make them more attractive, that they felt is the case. In terms of risk factors associated with wearing high heels, the women implied that they didn't suffer any injuries, neither had they injured anyone when wearing high heels. However, they were positive enough to inform us that when in crowded places, when driving, they feel high heels should not be used. Lastly, when asked whether they think high heels should be worn by those of 18 years, they actually said they did not think that is the case. From literature and from the few studies I've read in terms of those from the medical fields and other related fields, I think this is sort of an oversight, because for you to end up with a muscular issue, it actually takes a long period of time. We may not realize it, but it takes a long period of time. So it would be important for the women to know, let's push for an agenda that would work. Can we have high heels being worn by people who are fully developed, other than squeezing a child's foot who is still growing into a tip, toe pointed high heel? Then in terms of musculoskeletal issues to wearing high heels, they were asked whether wearing high heels has a bad effect on their feet, and they said no. They were asked whether wearing high heels has a bad effect on their knee. Majority also said no. However, it's important to note that this was asked in the sense that, is it something you're experiencing or having all the time? And majority indicated no. But let's not ignore the small percentages that said yes. There is yes, 3 people, 3 who had knee issues, 1 who said maybe, and 6 who said maybe. That may look like a small population or a small number, but our sample size was just 30. So the question would beg, if you are going to carry out a research for, say, women in Nairobi, how would it look like? Would it change these results? Would it give us an opportunity to support the women so that they do not end up with health issues? Then they were asked whether wearing of high heels has had a bad effect on the back. Same case, majority indicated no, but there is a small number that indicated yes. Do you prefer high heels, although the impact they have a bad effect? They have a bad impact on your health? Interestingly, majority said yes. And that's why I said, unfortunately, it's a push. It's a psychological push. It's not a choice that you have. So how do they move forward? We also tried to ask in terms of foot pain, because the foot is the one that wears the high heel. We asked whether it was you had pain and aches and stiffness on either feet. They indicated yes. I ever had pain for lasting days when wearing high heels. There was a small number, and we felt that small number was important, because people should not be fashionable with a good body image but dying with some sort of concern that can be addressed. Do you think wearing high heels is bad for your health? They indicated no. Does pain or health-related issues influence how often you wear high heels, they indicated no. Next please. Unfortunately, I didn't cite where I got this from, but it was on a national-wide study done in some country that looked at for the pain in the feet, the ache, the tingling or stiffness when somebody wears shoes. It was both male and female. It was not just models. But I felt it was a good tool for them to actually point out where do they have a concern. The results were as follows. That majority had pain at their arc or their instep. Majority also had pain or discomfort or tingling or stiffness at the hind of their foot. The next group indicated that they did not have any pain. Then lastly, we had those that had pain along their toes and toenails, those that had pain in the middle of their foot, which is at the top, and then a smaller percentage had pain at the ball of their feet. Next, please. Interesting studies and very good studies that just show us this is not a new song. We are not trying to say we are inventing the wheel. However, there is a concern. This image comes from the African Osteopathic Association 2020. It was a study carried out by a professor who is trying to push for the fact that, yes, we are wearing high heels, but there is a challenge. And it actually affects a big section of your body, or a large section of your body. And we should see or try our best to mitigate the issue. In conclusion, is that there are many psychosocial benefits and psychological discomforts, negative health effects that can be linked to wearing high heels by fashion models. So that is something we can prove today and has been proved over time. However, health awareness campaigns would improve and reduce negative health effects of high heels wearers. Because when you find somebody is not concerned, the question would be why? Are they lacking knowledge? What exactly is the reason? A regular stretching of plantar fascia calves will loosen hamstring and work to elevate back pain from your high heels. And after long periods in high heels, having some footwork during breaks in your day is recommended. That is by the American Osteopathic Association. This might look like an illusion, but you'll be surprised people wear high heels every day and are not aware of how long it takes or how soon their body will break down. I have spoken to a few. The women come at the end of the day when either their large toe, the bone is too bent, or with a little fracture below their big toe. So the choice of correct heel height, use of insole, heel-based support, and regular exercises would reduce the negative health effects of habitual high heels wearers. Lastly, we need to appreciate that high heels are going nowhere. They are here with us. They are forever with us. I think it's important to note that I don't think you can stop any woman who loves their high heels from wearing them. There is even a whole national day dedicated to wearing high heels. It's carried out on May 20th, pushed by, I think it is a model or a former icon. We are supposed to celebrate the day. We are supposed to collect shoes and donate them to empower people as accessories to dress for success, or give them to charitable organization to help persons in need obtain attire for interviews and employment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I will ask if there are any questions on the floor and those online.
Hello, good morning. Amanda happy? Now, She needs high heels. Now, I have a few observations, maybe and a question or two. One is that I know it's quite at a cost, comes at a cost. The shoes, you know, the cost of having, because you need like 10 to 15 pairs. And if you are relying on a sponsor or you are not in employment, somebody has to provide for that. We have to look at the economic angle of this whole thing. I've gone through it. My daughter was I think modeling for Angel or something like that, and I can assure you, I sacrificed my evening social activities to make sure that the shoes were available. Now, another thing is, you have touched very well on the physical, the Achilles, you know, all these things that end up being problems. But I've also known the other bad side of high heels through experience encountering ladies who use high heels as weapons. Yeah, it has happened many times. Even, I will not say who, but one parliamentarian did that. Those who are old enough to remember in parliament in Kenya, to chase a very prominent politicians in the corridors with a high heel, whatever. So men, be warned. Now, my worry also is, as they do these things, is there a possibility that they are likely, when we watch them doing so, are they likely to walk or behave the same way throughout their life, even when they get old? You have seen them walking on the catwalks, eh? And the way they oscillate and so on. Are they likely, is it likely to go on, hata akiwa mzee old, that this person is likely to still walk that way? And how will that go along with society? I also used to think that all these people are slim. Most people talk about them being thin. Thin is health, but I'm talking about being slim. But now you have clearly explained we have also bigger ones, you know, big ones. And you know, in the African culture, the bigger you are most likely eating well, and you have less stress, and so on. When we see a slim one, we normally associate that with a lot of issues, isn't it? A lot of problems. You see, sometimes we use these shoes, the terrain. You have them wearing high-heeled shoes, and they are going to attend a funeral. And at the funeral, you know, in the rural areas, isn't it? It's soil, you know, mud, what, and it becomes an issue because you cannot move around as easily as you'd wish to. If you go to Nairobi now, most of the pedestrian footpaths have been paved. All right, high heels. Now I want to imagine you walking from University Way, you know, University Way in Nairobi, and you are supposed to take a document to TUK, you know TUK, Technical University, the other side, all right? And you don't have money for a boda, and so you have to walk, and you are wearing 6 inches high heel, and you're about like 120 kg. So we need really to think in those lines, and you have nicely put about the health, the corns, you know corns on your foot. The corns, they are very painful, and a lot of people experience that. These are just my observations, just to support what you have presented, that it should be like between 2 to 3 years as you practice wearing high heels, but with age, it might be a very, very negative thing as you grow old. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
Okay, as we continue, just make your questions very brief, to the point. Eh?
Yes. Daktari, that was a nice presentation, but I think I would want to differ with Mr. Tim. I dance salsa, and if you take heels out of dancing, like salsa, actually there is no salsa. Latin dances actually, they do so much of heels, high heels. And I've read a few researches, and they talk about wearing heels for ladies. It's like the gait of running. So there is the ball which steps and the heel comes down. So ladies wearing heels somehow strengthen the ankle joint and somehow the knee joint. And I'm just wondering if that strengthening of the leg can somehow reduce arthritis. Why would we want to take away the heels? And I'm sure men agree with me, and you don't want ladies or women to do away with the heels. Somehow they are good for us. As you said, they are good for appearance.
I have nothing to say.
Yes, so my thinking is I would support them to wear heels. To that study, it was so much of it prevents arthritis because of strengthening the leg muscles and the joints. Yes, that is my question.
Question?
Just a minute. Let us hear Dr. Fura.
Am I being heard?
Yes, carry on. Proceed.
Am I being heard from the online? Madam Presenter?
You are audible.
Yes,
you
can
hear
audible,
you.
Kindly.
Yes. I read somewhere. I'm coming from the humanities and social sciences that high heels were at first worn by men. Then they gradually drifted away to women.
That is it's true.
So I read somewhere, I don't know whether it's true or false, but you will correct me. I read somewhere that they came from men. Men were wearing, then slowly and quietly they drifted towards women. Now, this sexualization of the high heel shoes and its commodification, coming from the humanities and social sciences, I'm also gender sensitive. This commodification, how did it occur? I'm just wondering about the process of changing the high heel shoes from the male gender to the female gender. And then what makes it, I've seen a gentleman there saying it's good for men. What makes it so particularly attractive to the men?
The moderator can guide us.
Yes, you could respond to those two questions.
Okay. I don't know if I'm audible. Can you hear me? Okay. So to Dean, School of Humanities, I didn't want to go into the whole history of high heels because there was a time limit. However, high heels were worn by men, and this was because men went to war. And when men went to war, they were normally on a horse. A horse normally has a straddle, and you have where you put your feet. So if you didn't have heels, your foot would literally slip through. So you needed to be standing with the heels. Vincent made it very popular. The heels were very popular during his periods, and the men wore them exclusively for a long period of time. However, with the industrialization era, women became liberated. You'd be surprised, even skirts, trousers, everything, including wigs, including some collars, all generated from men. Women were not as fashionable until about the Victorian times. They didn't wear as much. However, with that transition, women almost totally overhauled and took over what men used to wear, from makeup, from hair, dress, all the way to the heels. So it's because of industrialization and women getting to the workplace that there was that transition. To the gentleman who talked about strengthening high heels, high heels strengthen some muscles. I think I would want for us to really investigate that thoroughly, be sure there are very many studies that support that, because most of the studies actually show us, and by real science from medics, orthopedics, that there's a big concern. Lastly, I didn't want to talk about men wearing high heels. And the reason is because other than the fact that you're a salsa dancer, some men appreciate wearing high heels, the LGBT issue is something we don't want to discuss in our country. So at times it's good to keep by the culture of the people. And that is the only reason why I'm not talking about men wearing high heels. However, it's a popular trend, and I wouldn't say it's unfortunate, but they are also consumers of high heels.
We continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isika, for a very good presentation, and especially a very important study. As I was listening to you, I was just asking myself to what extent the problem you are discussing and researching on, which is actually on a very specialized population of models, how much the challenge of fashion as it relates to the shoe and its impact on health, long-term health, orthopedic, biomechanics and other things. To what extent do you think this could also be linked to some of the issues related to, models and body dysmorphia, eating disorders, and things like that? I'm just really very curious about this, because I think you are doing some very interesting, very important research, and that you should continue working on this, and also thinking about ways in which we can, as part of the education of young people and people in business, on how to help models really accept who they are, the way they look, in a very healthy way. How we can combine that, including the design of shoes when working with the biomechanics, people who are in the area of biomechanics and other areas, and fashion modeling, to change the conversation as it has happened in other areas. So it's just a way to say, you're doing some important work, and I think we should not trivialize it. We find ways in which we can address it in a much more serious way, because it could have important ramifications on health and well-being of models in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Great research. My only concern on the validity measures of the research, because as per your findings, I have some trouble with the honesty of your participants, as you do say that research and other literatures show that there's issues with very high heels. However, in your particular study, your participants have responded to have a very comfortable living with the high heels. So that was my first one, because it also influenced the recommendations of the research, such that if we're looking at the sneaker industry like Nike and Adidas, and the technology and innovation at disposal, we have some very comfortable sneakers now. And you can go to a retail store and only buy those sole to make your sneakers more comfortable. So now, if our participants and respondents have honest response, we can have recommendations in the research and tech industry to make more comfortable heels and reduce any health risk and impact that comes with wearing heels. So that's my reaction is on the respondents and the validity measures to get those honest response. Thus that we make recommendations for making better high heels, not taking them away.
So we take one more question.
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, Doc, and all other colleagues.
Good morning.
Thanks for a very good presentation. I think along the health that the Prof has referred to in terms of our models, which is really a big industry, and it takes a lot of young people. I don't want to say young girls, but young people poverty. Now, from a health perspective, there is something called clubfoot, which is a condition whereby the whole issue of weight bearing and the participation of the orthopedic surgeons in the early ages. Have we ever considered any study, or has a study been made in terms of clubfoot versus the wearing of high heels, and how those people then further develop in their chosen career path of modeling or fashion modeling of whatever sort, because weight bearing becomes a bit of a problem to any type of people, even those who wear flat shoes, as long as there is clubfoot. Now, in terms of the high heels, whatever level of high heel, how is the impact of clubfoot in their development, and any collaboration in the future that you might look at with the people who are subspecializing in clubfoot as a condition? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. And as you answer, one question coming from the chat: how has social media affected choice of shoes, and how high is high?
Okay, thank you for the feedback and all the questions. First, I would like to address the issue of including biomechanics, body changes, and other issues that have been an issue related to wearing of high heels. You realize when I first spoke, I said, if there's something interesting is the fact that despite trying to make things look serious, at times they don't look that serious. So it's important, I think the gentleman mentioned that to carry this forward, we would need a very good research that is from the specialists. I'm a fashion designer, who would tell us the story of when you wear these shoes for this period of time, when you wear these shoes, do you eat less because you really have to keep wearing them? What are these other factors within the wearing of this high heel? So we'd need to address the issue in a wider scope, and having specialists in the field who would address these issues. Lastly, on the issue of doing shoes and designing shoes, I don't know what to say about my country. We were once producing shoes, but we somehow no longer do that. We only do for school-going children. So you find wanting to dictate what kind of shoe you would have is not easy. Most of our shoes are imported. I think almost wholly imported for adults, either from China or from the second hand, which come from Europe, Italy, and other countries that don't even fit into our foot make. So that's a challenge that we would have to reach into. You talked about the research respondents saying that they didn't have an issue, that they had specifically that they didn't have. John would beg, if we had more models, if we had models who have modeled for a longer period, what if we had models who are full-time models? When it came to what they do, I actually mentioned some were students, some were part-time models, with a very small percentage being full-time. I think I mentioned that very earlier on, and I believe that could have a projection in the way the results are. So, however, I'm not giving an excuse for your sentiments, and we will look into it in the future. The issue of social media, of course, social media, I think we all live in the virtual world. And unfortunately, for those coming after us, and even those who are among us, would love as much as possible to always be in the right state physically, because people see you and judge you before you even open your mouth. So body image is everything. To a woman, I think it's even more, because people beat you down before you can even say a word. So looking good, being the right part, it doesn't matter whether it's a stiletto. I think all of you can witness. You see women in the morning at times carrying a bag of shoes, a bag for lunch, and a pair of shoes they're wearing. It's because they'll eventually go and change. So we must keep the image. We don't have an option. And that's why I said the heels are going nowhere. regardless of the type of heel. How high is high? Basically, anything above 6 inches would not be good. Recommended is between 3 and 5, but anything above 6 would not be good for you. But I don't think anybody bothers with the advice people give. So I leave the consumer to be the consumer. However, you need to realize your life somehow at times is in danger. If you watch a lot of television or some television, there are programs that show you the bad effects of the given habit. However, we are human beings and we go on doing what we are not supposed to do.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We give Dr. Juliet a clap. And now from here, we are wound up on that. I think we'll take it privately with her because our time is much spent and we are taking tea, and in Africa we take tea in the morning. Now we are approaching afternoon. So allow us to wind up our presentations at that point and questions for the first session. We will join at 12 noon for the next session. So kindly keep time. In the morning we started a bit late. And I think I want to welcome Professor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Muigai. Let us cheer him up. Isika, before you vacate, and an observation to make, that I see that our sweet ladies who operate a few centimeters above the ground level have a very affinity for eye use. Maybe that one we shall discuss during tea. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I was not able to start with you, but I'm a very excited person this morning because I think we have not lowered the bar. Then for the sake of Isika, we also need to appreciate her again in that she is behind the mascot, which will be used during the 10th Fasu Games. For the people who are doing the sign language, we have a habit of forgetting you, but please feel appreciated. Then we can take more questions during the tea break. And then let's subscribe to the time which has been allocated. I appreciate that we have an allocated program, and bearing in mind that today is on a Friday, we will want to finish a little bit early so that we can go and pirate in our different churches. Thank you very much. Sorry, yes, Moses, now with your towering height. I forgot this, to appreciate those of you who are joining us for the first time. And I really want to appreciate the presence of my classmate, Professor Gerono, all the way from the USA. I did indicate to her that by the time we were parting ways in 1994, she has been a conservative to the bone marrow. So now what I'm going to do, I will strive to reduce the social distance, the aspect of COVID-19 notwithstanding. Otherwise, thank you very much. You gave time limits in terms of tea. Remind us?
Yes, we are going to do break now, and we expect to be back here at 12. The first session will be starting at 12, so kindly keep time.
Kenyatta University will host over 2,000 student athletes from all over Africa for the 10th edition of the Federation of Sports University Fasu Games from 6th to 10th June 2022 at the main campus of Thika Highway. Athletes will compete in athletics, soccer, badminton, karate, chess.
amerudi.
للخير أهل لا تزال وجوههم تدعو إليه طوبى لمن يحات على يديه ما لم يضق خلق الفتى فالأرض واسعة عليه. وتترافقة كينيا الدولية للقرآن الكريم خطوة خطوة حتى يتحقق الحلم الكبير. هذا وقد تمنى كبار القراء أن تصبح هذه المسابقة دولية بعد أن كان اسمها الأول مسابقة شرق أفريقيا للقرآن الكريم.
الدورة الأولى أو بداية المسابقة القرآنية في شرق أفريقيا أو كما تعد مسابقة تكريمية بهذه المنطقة، وإن شاء الله.
بسم الله. Can we start? نبدأ إن شاء الله. بسم الله. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. أما بعد، إخواني وأخواتي في الله، ها نحن اليوم نلتقي في حفل مسابقة كينيا الدولية للقرآن الكريم. All praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and He sent blessings and salutation upon His messenger Muhammad ibn Abdullah salawatu rabbi wa salamuhu alayhi. My beloved brothers and sisters, we are blessed to gather here together for the competition of the Holy Quran, the International Quran Competition of Kenya. Without wasting much of time, we will start by recitation of the Holy Quran that will be recited by one of the representatives of one of the competitors, المتسابق الجزائري محمد رضا. معنا آيات من القرآن الكريم يتلو على مسامعنا المتسابق الجزائر محمد رضا، ونستفتح بكلام الله. تفضل شيخ محمد رضا. تفضل. مرحبا. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وينجي الله الذين اتقوا بمفازتهم لا يمسهم السوء ولا هم يحزنون. الله خالق كل شيء، الله خالق كل شيء، وهو على كل شيء وكيل. له مقاليد السماوات والأرض، والذين كفروا بآيات الله أولئك هم الخاسرون. قل فغير الله تامروني أعبد أيها الجاهلون. ولقد أوحي إليك وإلى الذين من قبلك لئن أشركت ليحبطن عملك ولتكونن من الخاسرين.
بل الله فاعبد وكن من الشاكرين وما قدروا الله حق قدره والأرض جميعا قبضته يوم القيامة والسماوات مطويات بيمينه سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون ونفخ في الصور فصعق من في السماوات ومن في الأرض إلا من شاء الله ثم نفخ فيه أخرى فإذا هم قيام ينظرون وأشرقت الأرض بنور ربها ووضع الكتاب وجيء بالنبيين والشهداء وقضي بينهم بالحق وهم لا يظلمون ووفيت كل نفس ما عملت وهو أعلم بما يفعلون صدق الله العظيم.
بارك الله فيكم وأحسن الله إليك. جزا الله خيرا الأخ المتسابق الجزائري محمد رضا على حسن تلاوة القرآن. والآن نشاهد مقطع تعريف لمسابقة كينيا الدولية. إن شاء الله we will now watch a video that tells us more about the international Quran competition that is being held in Kenya. إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيك. والآن نشاهد المقطع.
مسابقة المنشود فأصبحت الآن مسابقة كينيا الدولية للقرآن الكريم.
لك الحمد إني أحب كتابك أرتل وأتلو وأرجو ثوابك.
مسابقة كينيا الدولية للقرآن الكريم خطوة خطوة حتى يتحقق الحلم الكبير. هذا وقد تمنى كبار القراء أن تصبح هذه المسابقة دولية بعد أن كان اسمها الأول مسابقة شرق أفريقيا للقرآن الكريم.
الدورة الأولى أو بداية المسابقة القرآنية في شرق أفريقيا أو كما تعد مسابقة إقليمية لهذه المنطقة، وإن شاء الله تعالى ستكون دولية مع الأيام، وأنا أذكركم بهذا.
وتحقق الحلم المقصود وبلغت المسابقة المنشود، فأصبحت الآن مسابقة كينيا الدولية للقرآن الكريم.
لك الحمد أنزلته.
هكذا بدأت مسابقة كينيا الدولية للقرآن الكريم. بدأت صغيرة وليدة وأضحت متميزة فريدة. انطلقت المسابقة في عام 1441 للهجرة الموافق لعام 2020 للميلاد، وقد شارك في الدورة الأولى 26 متسابقا من 9 دول في منطقة شرق أفريقيا، تسابقوا على أفرع 3 هي فئة القرآن الكريم كاملا، وفئة 15 جزءا، وفئة 10 أجزاء. ثم كانت الدورة الثانية في عام 1442 للهجرة الموافق ل 2021 للميلاد، ورأت إدارة المسابقة المصلحة في الاكتفاء بفرع القرآن الكريم كاملا على غرار معظم المسابقات الدولية، وقد شارك فيها 20 متسابقا من قارة أفريقيا. واستحدث فرع نصف القرآن الكريم محليا خاصا بالحافظات من كينيا. وفي هذه الدورة الثالثة لعام 1443 للهجرة الموافق لعام 2022 للميلاد، ترشح للمسابقة 40 متسابقا من 40 دولة أفريقية في نقلة نوعية متميزة. هذا وقد أشاد المختصون وكبار القراء بتميز هذه المسابقة وقوتها. للخير أهل لا تزال وجوههم تدعو إليه، طوبى لمن جرت الأمور الصالحات على يديه، ما لم يضق خلق الفتى فالأرض واسعة عليه.
لك الحمد إني أحب كتابك، أرتل وأتلو وأرجو ثوابك، تدبرت ما أنت يسرته لي، فيشفع لي أو يقيني عذابك. لك الحمد أنزلته خير منزل على عبدك المصطفى خير مرسل، سمعنا أطعنا سنتلو ونعمل، إذا ضاق باب قصدنا رحابا. لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد إني أحب كتابك. شكرتك لما استقامت لساني، ورفرف روحي بطهر المعاني، هداني سقاني كفاني شفاني، سألتك فيه لقيت جوابا. لك الحمد إني أحب كتابك، أرتل وأتلو وأرجو ثوابك، تدبرت ما أنت يسرته لي، فيشفع لي أو يقيني عذابك. كتاب مبين بأرقى اللغات، جميل يسير عظيم الصفات، دليلي رفيقي ونور حياتي، به في دجى الليل يطرق بابك. لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد يا الله، لك الحمد إني أحب كتابك. به من أرادوا الهدى لن يضلوا، ومن أعرضوا عنه هانوا وذلوا، لك المجد يا منهجا لا يمل، على جرحها الأرض تبكي غيابا. لك الحمد إني أحب كتابك، أرتل وأتلو وأرجو ثوابك، تدبرت ما أنت يسرته لي، فيشفع لي أو يقيني عذابك. شكرتك لما استقامت لساني، ورفرف روحي بطهر المعاني، هداني سقاني كفاني شفاني، سألتك فيه لقيت جوابا. لك الحمد إني أحب كتابك، أرتل وأتلو جميل يسير عظيم الصفات.
بسم الله. تمام. والآن مع كلمة الأمانة العامة لمنظمة الإحسان فضيلة الشيخ محمود ماركوني. Inshallah, we're going to have a word or a speech by the Secretary General of the Al-Ihsan organization. The speech will be given by Sheikh Mahmoud Marconi. تفضل.
الحمد لله جليل النعم ذي الجود والكرم، جعل لأهل القرآن مزية وأي مزية ومنزلة رفيعة سنية، ثم الصلاة والسلام الأتمان الأكملان على خير البرية وأزكى البشرية محمد وآله وصحبه أهل الشرف والمنزلة والمقامات العلية. أما بعد، ضيوف الشرف المحترمون، أصحاب الفضيلة والسعادة والمشايخ الموقرون، رئيس منظمة الإحسان للرعاية الاجتماعية، أعضاء الأمانة العامة للمنظمة وجميع منسوبيها، إخواني الكرام المشاركون في المسابقة، أيها الحفل الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا ومرحبا بكم جميعا على مائدة القرآن في حفل الوفاء والإكرام لأهل القرآن في مسابقة كينيا الدولية للقرآن الكريم في دورتها الثالثة، والتي تنظمها الجمعية القرآنية في كينيا التابعة لمنظمة الإحسان للرعاية الاجتماعية. ضيوفنا الأكارم، حفلنا المبارك، ها نحن نلتقي من جديد فضلا من الله وكرما في هذا الحفل البهيج لتعظيم كتاب الله المجيد وتكريم حفظته. وإنه لشرف لي عظيم أن ألقي أصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن زملائي أعضاء مجلس أمناء المنظمة هذه الكلمة. أصحاب السعادة والفضيلة، أيها الحفل الكريم، منظمة الإحسان للرعاية الاجتماعية منظمة اجتماعية دعوية غير ربحية، تأسست قبل عقد من الزمن على يد ثلة من العلماء يتقدمهم أصحاب الفضيلة العلماء الشيخ الوالد محمد أمل، والشيخ الفاضل عبد القادر بوبي، والشيخ الفاضل محمود الشبلي في آخرين. وتهدف المنظمة إلى تنمية المجتمع وتنشئته تنشئة إسلامية سليمة، بنشر العلم الشرعي والمادي بين أوساطه، وكذا ترسيخ القيم الفاضلة في المجتمع، وحماية الشباب من الأفكار الهدامة والأخلاق المنحرفة، وخدمة المجتمع من خلال البحث العلمي الرصين وإعداد كوادر دعوية مؤهلة. وفي هذا المجال قامت المنظمة بإنشاء العديد من المؤسسات التعليمية والمعاهد العلمية والمراكز الشرعية والمدارس الحكومية الدمجية. كما أن المنظمة تسعى في تحقيق المصالح العامة للمجتمع وتولي عناية فائقة المسلمين الجدد، كما أنها تهتم بنشر العقيدة الصحيحة والدعوة الوسطية، مستخدمة كل وسيلة مباحة متاحة تؤدي الغرض المنشود. وفي هذا المجال قامت منظمة الإحسان بإنشاء فروع فرعية تعقد الدروس العلمية والندوات والدورات والمحاضرات العامة، وتنظم المؤتمرات المحلية والإقليمية، كما أنها تسير القوافل الدعوية إلى المناطق والمدن والقرى النائية لتحقيق الهدف المنشود. ومن أنشطة منظمة الإحسان في خدمة القرآن الكريم ورعاية حفظته تنظيمها للأنشطة والبرامج المختلفة التي تعنى بتعظيم كتاب الله وتكريم أهله، ومن ذلك عقد المسابقات القرآنية المحلية والإقليمية والدولية، والتي منها هذه المسابقة الكبرى التي نتفيأ بظلالها. وتتطلع المنظمة بعون الله وتوفيقه بأن تكون رائدة المنظمات العاملة في مجال الدعوة والتوعية والتعليم والتنمية البشرية والبحث العلمي في جمهورية كينيا. وفي ختام هذه المناسبة السعيدة أتقدم باسمي واسم أعضاء مجلس أمناء المنظمة بأسمى آيات الشكر والتقدير لكل من أسهم وبذل وأعان في إنجاح هذه المسابقة القرآنية الكبرى التي يشارك في دورتها الحالية 40 متسابقا من 40 دولة إفريقية. وعلى رأس هؤلاء وفي طليعتهم والذين نخص بالشكر والتقدير أصحاب الفضيلة المقرئين أعضاء لجنة التحكيم برئاسة المقرئ مولانا الشيخ عبد الرشيد شيخ علي صوفي، بعضوية كل من أصحاب الفضيلة فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور محمد عبد الكريم، وصاحب الفضيلة الشيخ المقرئ حسن صالح، وصاحب الفضيلة الشيخ الدكتور عبد السلام المجيدي، وصاحب الفضيلة الشيخ سراج العلمي، وصاحب الفضيلة الشيخ الأديب عبد الباري العلمي. أجزل الله مثوبتهم وبارك في جهودهم وشكر مساعيهم ورفع في الجنة مراقيهم كفاء ما قدموه ويقدمونه من خدمة جليلة للقرآن الكريم وأهله. وأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم وجزاكم الله خيرا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Bismillah. Respected brothers and sisters, the Secretary General of Al-Ihsan organization was giving a brief or a summary of what the organization is about. Al-Ihsan organization was founded by scholars, namely Sheikh Bobe and Sheikh Shibili and Sheikh Umal. The organization started after there was a problem in the society of extremism and lack of knowledge, and the need of the society whereby people would have problems financially and also they would need to be helped. Because of these reasons, these three scholars founded this organization, and alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah, they're able to do different type of activities. They've been able to open integrated schools amongst many other things. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless them for their efforts and to bless Al-Ihsan organization. إخواني في الله، والآن مع كلمة الجمعية القرآنية مع مدير أستاذ لقمان عبد الرحمن مدير جمعية القرآنية الكينية. Right now, inshallah, we'd have Brother Luqman Abdul Rahman, who will give us a speech, and he's the head of Islam, he's the head of all the organization of Quran, that it's an umbrella that has brought about all the madarises of Quran, and he's the one who's heading that organization, and he's going to give a brief speech on that. Barakallah fiqh.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. أما بعد، فضيلة الشيخ الوالد محمد عبد أمل رئيس منظمة الإحسان للرعاية الاجتماعية، فضيلة الشيخ المقرئ عبد الرشيد شيخ علي صوفي رئيس لجنة التحكيم، الحضور الكرام، أحييكم جميعا بتحية الإسلام، فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنه لمن دواعي الغبطة والسرور أن نرحب بكم في مستهل الدورة الثالثة لهذه المسابقة الفريدة لعام 1443 للهجرة، والتي تنظمها الجمعية القرآنية في كينيا التابعة لمنظمة الإحسان للرعاية الاجتماعية. هذا ومن فضل الله علينا في هذه الدورة رقي المسابقة وتميزها عن الدورات السابقة بزيادة عدد الدول المشاركة، فبدءا من تنافس 9 دول في العام الأول ومرورا ب20 في العام الماضي، يتنافس في هذا العام 40 دولة بعون الله، والأمل معقود على استكمال القارة السمراء، بل شمول قارات أخرى بإذن الله جل وعلا. حفلنا الكريم إن أرقى أهداف المسابقات إظهار تعظيم كتاب الله وإجلال أهله وخاصته، وهي مهمة سامية وعمل جليل كان من ثمراته تشجيع غير الحفاظ وإيقاد الغيرة في قلوب المحسنين للعناية بحملة كتاب الله جل وعلا، على أن هذه المسابقة تظهر النشاط الإسلامي العظيم الذي وفقه الله للجالية المسلمة في هذه البلاد. هذا ونحن في الجمعية القرآنية نسعى بخطوات مدروسة وجهود ملموسة في تطوير المسابقة لتكون على أرقى تنظيم تسلكه المسابقات الدولية، وهذا كله بفضل الله جل وعلا وحده. وأخيراً، باسم الجمعية القرآنية في كينيا نشكر الوالد محمد عبد أمل رئيس منظمة الإحسان الذي صنعت هذه المسابقة على عينه وتعهد غراسها ووجه حراسها في قيادة ملهمة رشيدة وآراء محكمة سديدة. كما لا أنسى شكر تلك الأيادي البيضاء المليئة بالكرم والعطاء والتي تسقي حرث المسابقة من وراء حجاب وتفتح بالخير كل باب، فالله وحده يوفيه أجره بغير حساب. وأشكر الحبيب النبيل الشاعر السيد عبد الحليم بن السيد مدير منظمة الإحسان للرعاية الاجتماعية، والشكر موصول إلى فريق عمل الجمعية القرآنية في كينيا الذين بذلوا جهداً عظيماً في تنظيم هذه المسابقة على أرقى مستوى. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Barakallah fikum. A summary of what the brother said. He mentioned that the Quran competition started in Kenya, especially under the organization of Al-Ihsan Foundation, Al-Ihsan organization. They started with 9 countries, and alhamdulillah, right now they are able to handle up to 40 countries. And as years goes by, they're willing, inshallah, and hoping by the will and the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that they'll be able to cover all the countries in Africa and inshallah the whole world. والآن مع كلمة المؤسسات التعليمية الإسلامية يلقيها نيابة عنهم فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور محمد عثمان. Inshallah, we'll be able to give an opportunity to our beloved Sheikh, Dr. Muhammad Uthman, who is going to give a small speech on behalf of all the education organizations in this country.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، وأصلي وأسلم على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أحمد الله عز وجل على آلائه ونعمه وما أسدى لنا من نعم ومن نعم الله عز وجل هذه المسابقة الكريمة الطيبة التي تقام في هذا البلد الطيب. كما أشكر الإخوة القائمين في منظمة الإحسان على رأسهم الشيخ الفاضل الشيخ محمد عبد أمل، وكذلك المشايخ الفضلاء المقرئين الذين قدموا من بلاد نائية لتحكيم هذه المسابقة التي نرجو منها إن شاء الله تعالى أن تكون من أنجح المسابقات. أشكر المشايخ الذين وصلوا، وأشكر الطلبة المتسابقين، وأشكر الحضور. كلمتي مختصرة جدا. نحن في هذا البلد أقلية، المسلمون يعدون 35% من سكان كينيا. Muslims in Kenya constitute 35% of the inhabitants, who are said to be 53 million, over 50 million, meaning that Muslims in Kenya are around 16 million. That is a large number. That's a very large number. So that large community needs all means of education. And there are institutions that stood for that. institutions that we have today, what we never used to have before. We have universities, جامعة الأمة, الجامعة الإسلامية, جامعة المستقبل. We have معاهدs, معهد الإحسان, معهد الراشدات, معاهد كثيرة. We have مدارس, مدرسة وامي, مدرسة أنصار السنة, مدرسة الربان, مدارس كثيرة. I remember that 20 years ago here, there were no schools, or 30 years ago. But today, Muslims advanced swiftly to occupy one of the best marakis in education. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. So in education, Muslims are working very hard. We also have Muslim Education Trust, led by Munawwar Khan. That Muslim Education Trust also succeeded in registering all our Quranic madrasa under the Kenyan government. We are now trying with Jamiat al-Ummah, Sheikh Ismail is here, Dr. Ismail Hassan, that all our ma'hadis also be registered so that our ma'had students can also affiliate and can join any students, any kulliyah that they want. So in reality, I congratulate Muslims. I also need to mention here that the chairman of Supreme Council of Kenya is here, and he's someone who is trying. Hassan Al-Anado, can you stand up? Chairman of Muslim Supreme Council, and by the way, he's a Maasai. A Maasai became the head of all Muslims of Kenya, and that is the beauty of Islam. We have here also, before I give the microphone, Adam Duale, whom all of you know him. He is a leader who shown his commitment to the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We have our Senate member, Engineer Muhammad, he's also here. We have our Deputy Chief Qadi of Kenya and Qadi of Nairobi, Suqyan Hassan, he's here. And so many brothers and leaders who also engaged in education. Education of the Muslim Ummah in Kenya is going well, it's going to the standards, and those who work, we tell them, muwafaqeen inshallah ta'ala. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
جزاك الله خير دكتور محمد عثمان. والآن مع كلمة للشيخ دكتور إسماعيل حسن رئيس مؤسسة أما. Dr. Ismail Hassan is the head of the president of the African Muslim Agency. Inshallah, he's going to give you an opportunity to give a speech.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. رئيس جمعية الإحسام أو منظمة الإحسام الشيخ محمد عبدو أمل والشيخ محمد شبلي نائبه والإخوة العاملين معهم، أيها الضيوف الكرام، بدءا برئيس لجنة المسابقة الشيخ عبد الرشيد صوفي والإخوة القراء الذين جاءوا من بلدان مختلفة، رئيس أو العضو البرلماني الأخ آدم، وسيناتور الأخ محمد مومد، والأخ قاضي سقيان، والإخوة الآخرين من المنظمات الإسلامية الأخرى والجميع، نرحب بكم في هذا الحفل الكريم الذي هو أكبر حفل يقام في هذا البلد، لأنه حفل متعلق بمسابقة القرآن الكريم. أقول لكم أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا للإخوة الذين جاءوا من خارج البلد، ونقول للإخوة الذين أقاموا شكرا لكم ونتمنى أن يستمر ذلك. أقول للإخوة المشاركين الذين شاركوا في المسابقة أو الذين يقومون بحفظ القرآن الكريم، أن يهتموا بتدبر القرآن الكريم. تدبر القرآن الكريم هو سبب نزول القرآن، كتاب أنزلناه إليك ليدبروا آياتي. فهذا أمر مهم يجب على كل واحد أن يكون مهتما به. النقطة الثانية أن يكون الواحد حافظا لكتاب الله درجة لا يصل إليها أي واحد. فإذا كان الواحد منكم وصل إلى تلك الدرجة التي ذكرت في القرآن الكريم: إن الذين يتلون كتاب الله وأقاموا الصلاة وأنفقوا مما رزقناهم سرا وعلانية يرجون تجارة لن تبور. فهي تجارة لن تبور. لتكون حافظا استقم وصلي القرآن الكريم بالليل والناس نيام حتى تكون حافظا لكتاب الله ولا تنساه، لأنه كما ذكره الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم كالإبل. وهذه النقطة أقولها للإخوة الذين جاءوا وحفظوا القرآن الكريم. البقية أقول لكم إن هذه الدرجة درجة عظيمة وليست للصغار فقط، إنما هي للكبير والصغير وللأب وللأم وللبنت وللابن. كلنا يجب علينا أن نقرأ القرآن وأن نجتهد في حفظه. النقطة الأخيرة أتمنى أن نجتهد في أن نشارك أو أن نبدأ هذه المسابقة من الأقاليم أولا، ثم نصل بها إلى كينيا، وبعد ذلك نصل بها إلى بقية الدول. هذه أقول لجميع المنظمات أو المؤسسات الإسلامية أن تقوم وتتولى إقليم أو إقليمين، ثم بعد ذلك نعطي الراية للإخوة حتى يقيموا هذه الدورة أو هذه المسابقة الدولية للجميع. جزاكم الله خيرا وأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Jazakallah khair. In summary, Dr. Ismail was thankful to all the participants that took part in this competition. And also Sheikh was thanking Al-Ihsan Foundation organization for taking this opportunity to hold this musabaqa competition. Not only that, Sheikh was advising all those students who took part in the competition and everyone else who's memorizing the Quran that they should not just memorize the Quran, but they should take time and ponder and try to understand what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling them. والآن مع كلمتي للشيخ نائب رئيس القضاة الشيخ سقيان. We'll now invite Deputy Chief Qadi Sheikh Sukyan to give us some few words.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم وبعد. أولا نشكر الله سبحانه وتعالى لهذه النعمة الكبيرة التي أتاح لنا، وأشكر إخوة القائمين على هذا البرنامج الهامة يرأسها الشيخ الوالد الشيخ محمد أمل وزملائه. أيها الحفل الكريم، هذه الحفلة هي فريدة من نوعها كما تفضل بها الإخوة، هي بدأت من عمل أو جهد يسير، لكن مع هدف آل. بدأت في هذه المدينة ثم توسعت إلى أن وصلت إلى 40 دول متشاركين. هذه نعمة ينبغي أن نشكر الله تعالى سبحانه وتعالى. إخوة الإيمان, let me switch to English language. We did great things in this country. Few brothers and sisters did marvelous, marvelous things. We have so many organizations which are doing great things. We have the universities, we have schools, we have madaris, we have hospitals, we have many things. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for all those achievements that we had. Despite the fact that our number is not that great, but our impact as Muslims in this country is not only felt but seen. And that's a great thing, and that is what Islam requires of us. That we must make an impact wherever that we are. Ikhwat al-Iman, yes, we have memorized the Holy Quran. We did so many great things. But I wanted to throw a challenge to all of us. Leaders are present, the scholars are present. A point that I want the scholars to take note of, especially, and think on how we deal with. While the awareness of our deen, awareness of Islam, the graph is going high, alhamdulillah. It's going up. But our akhlaq to some extent is going down, unfortunately. The graph of the memorization of the Holy Quran, awareness of Islam is all over. But to some extent, our akhlaq is going down. To the extent that some of the major sins, major crimes, we see it as something normal. Brothers, it is an open secret that when we were seeing Muslims, especially from Somali community, corruptions and the deceit is associated with us. Take note of this, the reality we need to accept. Deceit, corruption is associated with us. To the extent that we even purchase and buy admission at the schools. To that extent. This is a reality. And it is we, nobody else. To the extent that a simple job like a soldier, a military, a police, an AP, we pay for it. We pay for it. And that's a normal. It's a normal thing, a trend that keeps on going on. And there is nobody who doesn't know that corruption or paying to influencing a certain position or is a crime. Nobody doesn't know that. That awareness is there. But despite that, we continue doing that, and the person who do that is celebrated, is a hero, unfortunately. I'm facing you because we are the leaders. Sheikh Umar, this is something that we require to have a conference, a big conference, to lead us on this. We are sinking down. I'm foreseeing a danger that befalling on us if we will continue doing the practice. And nobody doesn't care. Nobody cares about it. Khawat al-Iman, it is an opportunity for me to share this with you so that we really address this menace that we are in. It's a very dangerous trend. When you are in Mandera, pay for a soldier, a mayor soldier, an AP, administration police, or a prison warden. After all, these guys were instructed to recruit 20 people from there. We are competing against who? I've just said in Mandera, all of us. That's just an example. What will happen to those poor people, the son of the peasant, a daughter of the peasant who cannot raise that money? What will happen? Of course, they will not get an opportunity for the job. What will happen next? There will be an appraisal. We fight each other. Our political leaders are here. Our scholars are here. This is an issue we need to address. In as much as we celebrate the Holy Quran, but it's a danger that is before us. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Buona Suqyan. Before we go to the next person, we would love to, inshallah, excuse our elders, Sheikh Ismail, Dr. Rishad, and Dr. Muhammad Uthman. They had prior commitments, and they want to, inshallah, we're going to excuse them, inshallah. Na'adharukum, Sheikh. That's inshallah. Barakallah fiqh. والآن مع قصيدة الشعرية حول المسابقة يلقيها الشيخ المقري الأخ عبد الباري، والأخ هو من عضو لجنة التحكيم وعضو هيئة الإشرافية. تفضل شيخنا. مرحبا. صلوا خير. بارك الله فيك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لكل فتى ليلى يهيم بها المدى، يراها بعين الحب بدرا توقدا، تملأ منها القلب، لو شق صدره لقلت ذه ليلى ملاكا تجسدا. وكل غني يحسب المال خلده، يعدده كنزا ويطلب أزيدا. وكل رئيس لا يفارق عرشه، يشهر سيف الحرب يقتاد أجردا. تنوعت الأغراض شتى مآربا، وأقسم كل أنه نال الأسعدا. هو الظن حتى يحلم المرء دهره، وحتى يخال الليل صبحا تجددا. لعمري إن الله يفصل بينهم، قضى المجد للتالين ذكرا مؤيدا. لعمري إن الله يفصل بينهم، قضى المجد للتالين ذكرا مؤيدا. كفاهم كلام الله عزا ومغنما، على رأسهم تاج يفوق الزبرجدا. بنفسي فتى يسمو بترتيل آيه، إذا جن ليل قام يتلو تهجدا. كذلك أطراف النهار وإنه يلاحظ معناه الخفي وما بدا. وسيماه صدق في صفاء فؤاده، يفوق الورى طهرا وحالا ومحتدا. فوالله لو أنفقت ملء كنوزها، لكان هو الأغلى عزيزا وسيدا. فإن ريت منهم واحدا بعد واحد، فأنعم بهم عينا بلا قبل اليدا. فإجلال أهل الله إجلال ربنا، فإجلال أهل الله إجلال ربنا. هم خير أهل الأرض نصا ومسندا. يسمون أهل الله أكرم بواسمهم، وواحدهم يرجو نعيما مؤبدا. إلى مثله يسعى الكريم ويبتغي تنافس خير كي يفوز ويسعدا. ألم تر أقمارا تضيء بقارة، فإن فاخرت أفريقيا اليوم فاحمدا. ألم تر أقمارا تضيء بقارة، فإن فاخرت أفريقيا اليوم فاحمدا، هم الفخر لا أوباش لهو ممول، فمن قدم الأوغاد ضل وما هدى. تحياتنا لل40 منافسا وكلهم فازوا بأجر تجددا، فلا خاسر كلا فحرف بعشرها، فدونك فاستكثر وجاهد به العدا. منافسة تحيي القلوب وتعتلي، منافسة تحيي القلوب وتعتلي به القارة السمراء، لذا قمت منشدا. ترى منهم عجم اللسان فإن تلا، فأفصح من يتلو فسبحان من هدى. ترى منهم عجم اللسان فإن تلا، فأفصح من يتلو فسبحان من هدى. سلامي على حكام سبق مبارك، كرام عدول حي مثنى وموحدا، على رأسهم فرد ب1000، على رأسهم فرد ب1000 مبارك، وريث لمجد شامخ قد تقلدا. عنيت به عبد الرشيد فحيه، نباهي به الدنيا عزيزا وسيدا. على رأسهم فرد ب1000 مبارك، وريث لمجد شامخ قد تقلدا. عنيت به عبد الرشيد فحيه، نباهي به الدنيا عزيزا وسيدا. يرافقه شيخ شبيه بشكله، يرافقه شيخ شبيه بشكله، ويجلس يسراه. عنيت محمدا، الشيخ محمد عبد الكريم. يرافقه شيخ شبيه بشكله، ويجلس يسراه. عنيت محمدا، رقيق بصوت الذكر حزم فعاله، خطيب يصيد القلب فيما تصيدا. وثالثهم ذاك الجميل، وثالثهم ذاك الجميل ابن صالح، بشوش لطيف النفس بالذكر غردا. فسبحان من أولاه مزمار نغمة، فلو كان قلب القاس نارا لبردا. ورابعهم شيخ التأمل والعطاء، وأعني به عبد السلام المهندا. بصائره نور وفكر مسدد، تآليفه حسنى ترى البحر مزبدا. وخامسهم عمي الشيخ سراج، وخامسهم عمي سراج هو اسمه، يطابق معناه مضيئا توقدا. جهود له بالفعل دون تكلم، ومن ذاك هذا السبق فهو الذي بدا. وشكري لميمون خفي وداعم، يكافئه الله العليم به غدا. منظمة الإحسان، شكرا لجهدكم، خدمتم كتاب الله شكرا مرددا. ولا غرو فالشيخ المفسر رأسها، عقودا بنى شيخي عقولا وأرشدا. أمل للناس بجل إمامنا، فقد عز هذا الوقت من أم في الهدى. ألا أيها الأخيار عودوا لنبعكم، ألا أيها الأخيار عودوا لنبعكم، ردوا منهلا عذبا ورووا به الصدى. ورعيا معانيه وعلما وخشية، ففيه الغنى والحسب والملك والجدى. ورعيا معانيه وعلما وخشية، ففيه الغنى والحسب والملك والجدى. ولا تعد عنه تبتغي عارض الدنا، سراب وزور دعك عنها هي الردى. بل الحرث للأخرى فقدم إلى غد، فغاية زرع اليوم ما تحصد الغدا. وصلوا على خير الخلائق أحمد، فقد عم في الآفاق من هديه الندى. بارك الله فيك.
لا فض فوك، لا فض فوك، جزاك الله خير. جزا الله الشيخ المقري عبد الباري. والآن مع كلمة المجلس الأعلى للمسلمين. I was thinking of doing the translation, but I will change the meaning. So for those who do not know the Arabic language, I will tell them to put some effort and understand the sweetness of whatever the Sheikh is saying. So I'll leave it at that, Amushimia. Inshallah. والآن مع كلمة المجلس الأعلى للشيخ حسن أولينادو رئيس مجلس أعلى للمسلمين. We now call upon the head and the chairman of SUPKEM, Supreme Council of Kenya, Brother Hassan Olinado. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Your Eminence, Islamic scholars in this room, our political leaders present, the leadership and the organizers of this magnificent program, the National Quran Competition in Kenya, Al Ihsan Foundation, led by Sheikh Muhammad Abdi Umal and his team. Allow me on my own behalf and on behalf of the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims to congratulate all of you, the participants of this important competition of the Holy Quran, the leadership who organized for this important occasion, and also invigilators, people who are actually working hard to ensure that they do justice to those who participated in the program, to ensure that they get the right people in terms of giving marks to the people who participated in the program. This is the second time I'm privileged to attend this important occasion. I want to thank Al Ihsan once again for sustaining an initiative they have started for the sake of posterity and for the sake of Islam. I will not want to take much of your time because I've seen that we have so many scholars around, but allow me once again also to thank the many countries who have joined us in our country, Kenya, to participate in the competition in our country in which we are their hosts. I hope all of us who have interacted with them have shown the good image of this country and of course the Islamic brotherhood that we all enjoy. I think for me, I want to invite all the Muslim organizations in this country, the likes of Al Ihsan and others, to affiliate themselves to the Supreme Council so that we all of us strengthen this organization. It is very, very important that we tap into the resources that we have. Resources doesn't necessarily mean financial or other things. There is no important resource as human resources. In this country, we are privileged to have so many of them. And finally, Sheikh Muhammad Abdi Umal, allow me also to support your initiative by announcing here today that inshallah ta'ala, we have got an invitation for one person, and that person I'm giving to the winner from Kenya to participate in the 42nd competition of the Holy Quran, King Abdulaziz, for the second competition of the Holy Quran to be held in Makkah. So inshallah, the organizers will organize and then they will present to me the name so that we submit that name to participate with the rest of the people from different parts of the world in that competition that is coming up in the month of September. Inshallah, I think we shall have a conversation. Then we see how we can parastruct that and to ensure that the nominee to participate in that forum will have the required documentation for him or her to travel to Saudi Arabia when that time comes. Unfortunately, we only have one chance. So you get us the best, but that person also should not be someone who have participated in the previous activities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Jazakallahu al-khair. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you brother Leonardo. أحسنتم وجزاكم الله خيرا. ما أدري الشيخ إن كنتم فهمتم ما قال الشيخ. تحتاجون إلى الترجمة؟ ما تحتاج. مما كان يقول الشيخ الفائز الأول الذي يمثل كينيا عنده فرصة مع أن مؤسسته المجلس الأعلى في كينيا السفارة السعودية طلبوا منه يأتي باسم واحد بأحد المشاركين ويمثل دولة كينيا، فطلب من الشيخ الممثل الكيني سيأتي من قبل مؤسسة الإحسان إن شاء الله في مسابقة سنة المقبلة إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيك. وأفندم الشيخ. We now call upon our MP Yusuf Hassan to give a short word and reminder. بارك الله فيك.
Bismillah, assalamu alaikum. It is really a great honor and privilege for me to participate in this international Quran competition of Kenya. I'm a regular patron, and when it started, we just had only 9 countries participating in this particular event. The last event, we had 20 countries, and I want to say how wonderful and incredible it is to know tonight that there are about 40 African countries participating in it. I want to acknowledge all the ulama, the great Muslim scholars who are here, led by Sheikh Mohammed Abdi Umar. I also want to recognize my colleagues, Honorable Duale and Senator Mohammed. So I must say that we have never been this rewarded or gifted as far as the Muslims of Kenya were concerned. When I was growing up, we were a very small community. We didn't have any of the privileges that we have now. The worship places were few and far apart. And sometimes when I see how much we have increased and how much we have achieved in recent years, I think sometimes I think I'm dreaming because I have lived in my own lifetime at a time when we had very few opportunities and we were completely invisible within the greater Kenyan community. So I'm delighted to see the enormous growth. I'm delighted also to see the international connections, the solidarity and support between Muslim communities across the world and in Africa. And the testimony here can be shown by the great ulumas and the participants who have come to this competition. So let me say that Allah has blessed us and Allah has really given us the opportunity to be able to benefit from our presence here in Kenya. Just speaking a little bit on the Quran, I think the most important task that any Muslim can undertake is the Quran, because the Quran is the foundation of the Islamic religion. It's the teaching, the guidance, the sacred text that guides us as Muslims. And you cannot be a good Muslim if you're not conversant and familiar with the Quran. And I think it is such a great pleasure to see young people taking up this exercise of knowing their religion, learning about it, and mastering the Quran. And it has got a lot of rewards. Having myself gone through the madrasa system, it builds your capability, your intellectual capability. It organizes your ideas. And it gives you a very good foundation, social and cultural foundation, apart from the faith, the benefits of religion and the faith. So I want to congratulate all the participants. I want to welcome, as the Member of Parliament for Nairobi here, for all of those who have traveled from outside Nairobi and outside Kenya. I hope you would have a pleasant stay. And I wish you the very best as you go through this wonderful competition. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In brief, kuna kina mama wafahamu Kiingereza, just in 1 minute.
Kisomali. Assalamu alaikum. Sheikh ameniomba nizungumze kwa Kisomali kidogo. Waxaan doonayaa marka ugu horeeya inaan u tahniyadeeyo guddiga Quraanka, tartankan Quraanka oo Sheikh Mohammed Umar iyo culimada qiimaha faraha badan ee noogu timid maanta ay ka soo qayb galeen. Waxaan doonayaa in idin sheego anigu markaan soo korayay fursadaha islaamka ee aan haysano maanu haysan masaajidadeenu way yareen tiradeenu way yareed dad yaroo ciriiri ku jiraan ahaan jirnay marka ilaahay uuna barakeeyo maanta alxamdulillah waxaan nahay ummad ballaaran oo isku kalsoon oo masaajidiye iyo madrasooyin fara badan leh maantana hadda waxaan halkan u joognaaba annagoo martina loo yahay oo Afrika oo dhan noogala yimid midda kalena waxaan aad iyo aad ugu faraxsanahay xuquuqda xornimada diinteen leenahay oo bariga hore aan lahaani jirin oo dastuurkeenna uu nasiiyay marka ilaahay baan ugu mahadinaynaa waxaan aad iyo aad ugu tahniyadeynayaa dhalinyarada iyo gabdhaha ka soo qayb galay tartanka oo dibadaha nooga yimid iyo kuwa wadankaba waxaan leeyahay hambalyo hawl wanaagsan guuleysta ilaahay garabka idin qabto assalaamu calaykum waraxmatullaahi wabarakaatu
Barakallah fikum. We now call upon Senator Mohammed. He's a senator of Mandera County.
Thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Sallallahu wa sallam ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi sallam. Assalamu alaikum. It's indeed a great privilege to be here today in the presence of so many distinguished Islamic scholars. Just to mention a few, of course, our host, Sheikh Muhammad Abdul Umal, and the household name in the world, Sheikh Abdul Rashid Ali Sufi, and his team. In fact, it's a great honor. And also an honor to be here in this competition, Quranic competition of East Africa, where 40 countries are participating. I was in the last one in the last year when we were at Sali Sports Club. Indeed, it's a great pleasure. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event, which is now turning to be an annual event, because it brings together talents from across Africa and the world in the teaching of Quran and learning of Quran, which is a very important aspect in our life. In fact, I would like to thank our ulamas for the effort they have made. The effort they have made, in terms of imparting Islamic knowledge to our youth, and thus making them important members of the Muslim community, Muslim Ummah in the world. This task is not a mean task by any chance. I know from the history of this country where we were at the beginning and where we are today, the work they are doing is testified by looking at the number of organizations, a number of madrasas, universities, and other ma'hads that are available in this country. Congratulations for all what you are doing. As we go forward, I think it's important to emulate the work our colleagues, our sheikhs are doing, and support them, both at the national level and also at the county level. Our county governments have a big challenge to do, and in fact, those of us who are in leadership will have to take up the challenge so that we can support our ulamas in this great endeavor they are undertaking. Marka walaalayaal mahadsantihiin, waxaa maan sharaf noo ah anakoo maanta imaanay oo ka soo qayb galnay khatimaadka musaabaqada Kenya dawliya liquraan alkarim. Horta waxay noo tahay farxad. Waxaan soo dhaweynaynaa culimadayni waaweyn oo arrintan noo hagaajiyeen. waxaan maanta aad u faraxsanahay anako la joogo Sheikh Muhammad Ali Abasi Abdul Shufi oo maartay marda baan ka dhageysano magaciisa waa household name marka soo dhawaad Sheikh Muhammad xalan ku arkay masaajidkii Halingam salaatul maghrib iyo isha iyo maanta duhurba marka noo soo dhawaada kulligiin Sheikh Muhammad umul waad maasantihiin kulli shaqada aysiin waa shaqo muhiim ah caruurtayna waxaan leenahay kulli arrintan wadaan waa arrin muhiim ah ku adkaysta marka quraan barashiisa waa muhiim maxaa yeelay markaan yaray anaka waxaan nafsada ma qabin dugsiga aan aqsan jiray maartay laakiin alxamdulillah meeshan soo gaarnay iyo meesha joogtaan maanta alxamdulillah marali aan ku jiray Nairobi oo ka shaqeynay 85kii nin Kenyan ay weydiiyay maxaa dhacay muslimiinta bariyahan maxaa dhacay dad badan ba waqtiga ka hor ma jirin bilcama xijaaban waxa la xijiray gutiina iyo dirac iyo wala xirin jiray markaas wala soo batay oo muslim is there reviving weeli maxaa dhacay dulkii waa soo mudo dad badan baa wax soo xirtay horta alxamdulillah meel fogaan ka soo imaanay marka asanteni sana ile kazi mnafanya muende mfalia sheikh ile kazi mnafanya ni kazi ngumu sana our international scholars the students from, the competitors from many parts of the country, of the world, our scholars, so the other. I wish I could speak Arabic today. I'm not going to speak Arabic, and kidogo. Marka, welcome, thank you very much. I can see our guys from from Maghrib. I think that language is from Maghrib or Masr. Thank you very much. Welcome to Kenya, and thank you very much. Hantene sana. Mabruk, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Shukran, Adar. Thank you, Bwana Senator. Before I call upon our guest, Adam Bariduhale, inshallah, I would hand over the mic to Mahmoud because I have to go and lead Asr prayer at Jamia Mosque. For now, inshallah, we call upon Mheshimiwa MP Adam Bariduhale. Inshallah, usisahau kuongeza Kisomali kina mama fahamu.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. كيف سومال ما كوب بالله مسا إنجليزي كوب بالله أنا سومال أسجع عليه عربيا حواغ وشوي وحيران قرن عربية لكن السفر قد إن شاء الله علي عبد الرشيد دور الشيء ما كي قدماته عربيا برنا إن شاء الله إن شاء الله. والله is a great pleasure. ما شاء الله الحمد لله الحمد لله. تكبير تكبير تكبير. ما شاء الله is a good day. Sheikh Muhammad Ummul, the leader, our parent of Al-Ihsan, Sheikh Abdi Rashid Al Sufi from Qatar, Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Abdi Karim from Sudan, Sheikh Hassan Salah from Egypt, Sheikh Abdi Salam Al Majid from US, Sheikh Abdi Salam Al Majid from Yemen, and Sheikh Siraj Ali from Somalia. We really want to welcome you here, and all our Muslim scholars. MashaAllah. Also Ethiopia. It's good to see our big, great, important Muslim scholars. These are the people who, led by Sheikh Muhammad Ummul and all the other du'as here, are the ones who have made our great religion become great in Kenya. We are not the majority, but in Kenya, we are the majority. In terms of numbers, we are not the majority, but in terms of our religion, we are the majority. Because everything in this country, the Muslims have their right. Everything. Even in the Constitution. The Constitution of Kenya, our international guest, has given us the opportunity to conduct our marriage, our divorce, our inheritance in accordance with our religion. Today in our country, we have got financial sector, banking and insurance, which has Islamic products, so that our people are saved from riba. Today in this country, we have our own Islamic schools across the country, every town, and we have great Islamic universities. Our children go to Ummah, they go to Islamic University, they go to Al-Mustaqbal University, they go to other universities, Islamic universities. Today, if you walk to any hospital, you walk to any workplace, you'll find, you go to any business place, you'll find our daughters, our sisters, our mothers, and our wives in proper Islamic hijab. MashaAllah, alhamdulillah. From where we were 20 years ago, today every butchery and slaughterhouse, even the ones which are not owned by Muslims, must sell halal meat. So first we must appreciate the Almighty Allah for giving us all these blessings. If you don't appreciate, then you'll not get more blessings. So we must appreciate. There are many countries in Africa around us who the population of Muslims is about 70%. But I want to say all this, we got it mainly through the support of these Muslim scholars. And we will pray for them. And we will ask Allah to give them Jannatul Firdaus, all these Muslim scholars. They have sacrificed their time. They have sacrificed their energy. Today, in every county, Muslim county or town, there's an ongoing international or local Quran competition, Musabaqa. And I'll give you an example. In Garissa County, we are doing the 12th year Islamic or Quran competition. And this year, alhamdulillah, we were shocked. 2 young men, they did not tell us, small businessmen, they came and we found a new car at the masjid where the competition was going on. And we asked them, what is this for? They said, the best student will give him a car, a new car. So when the people came to town, I told them, if you want a new car, you must learn and be a Quran, you must learn the Quran and memorize it. So I'm sure next year there will be serious competition in Garissa, very serious competition. So we really want to thank you. Waan mahadsantihiin iguma dheeraynaayey maanta waa maalin farax weyn waay waa maalin kitaabka Ilaahay la xusayo waa maalin diinteenna culimmadeenna shaqada ay soo qabteen sheekh umul weyn yahay aniga galabta gaarsan ka imaaday sheekh umul hadduu telefoon isoo diro oo amarkiisa uu bixiya waan soo baxa hata ummadda gaarsan waxaan leeyahay sheekh umul ii yeeray musaabaqada uu yeeray waan baxaya culimmadeenna kuwa waddanka iyo kuwa dibadda Sheekh Cabdirashiid ku jiro dadaal badan juhdi weyn bay sameeyeen ha loo duceeyo maalqabeenteenna hadda meeshan badi ma joogaan madaaristeena la dhisaan masjidkeena la dhisaan masaakiinteena la quudiyaan waqtiga ramadaanka ayay dadka masaakiinta iyo masjidda quudiyaan marka waxaan rabnaa inaan xoolahooda Ilaahay u badiyo xoolo xalaal Ilaahay siiyo khaasatan waliba ganacsatada Soomaaliyeed meel ay joogaanba maanta waddankan tuulo kasta masjida ka dhisan laakiin wali waxbaa noo dhiman khaasatan reer Nairobi sabti hadda gabdhaheenna wali iyo wiilasheenna waxay wareegaan ayagoo TikTok wataan moolashay wareegaan iyo hoteelada waaweyn manoo waxaan dhahay guryaha Soomaalida maxaa loo fadhinaynin Soomaalida maxay moolasha uga bateen laakiin alxamdulillah moolasha waxaa lagu qasbay inay meel yar mawlaco masjid lagu tukado ka hagaajiyaan awal ma samayn jirin maadaama aan badanay dadka imaanaya marka waxaan mukhadaraad badan waddanka imaaday mukhadaraad badan baa imaaday caruurteena waa inaan ilaalino caruurteena waa inaan diinta ku soo korino caruurta markay yar yihiin oo maskaxdooda fresh tahay waa in quraanka la baro annaka haddaan nahay madaxda aana doorateen diyaaraan u nahay inaan diinta iyo dalka iyo ummadda aan difaacno oo aqliga annaga iyo xoolaha annaga iyo awoodda annada aan ku bixino insha allah noo duceeya Sheekh Cabdirashiid video kaadan yaan daawaday marka waan ku raadinay adigoo u khudbaynayso hooyooyin fara badan marka hadhow intaad baxma hoosta kaa weydiin rabaa ereygaas aad ku hadashay horta anaan ku canfale amarkaa meesha ka bixisa waan sameeyey inay gabdhahay maqlaan ma rabaan hooyooyinka yaa dacwo u akhrinaysay arrin weliba fartaad fiiqdo arrinkaas haddii la sameyn waayo qofkaas janno ma galayaa tiri ani video markaan arkay arrinkii waan ku dhaqaaqay markii la weydiiyey maxaa u samaysana waxaan dhahay videogaadii baan tusay hadda wayaan hoosta kaaga sheegaya meeshan waa dadkii ugu heystaan ka yaaba inay daawanayaan marka waxaan dhahay dhib ma laho ani videogaan arkay sheekhana waa sheekhaygii waa muftigeygii amarkiisana waan qaadani markuu Kenya imaadana Nairobi imaadana waan weydiinaa marka insha Allah soo dhawow insha Allah السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. مشيمو آدم بر الدعاء إلهي سبحانه وتعالى كبركيو ننكاس ونن سياسي ومسؤول لنك كلنا ونن علماء إلهي كبركيو إن شاء الله تعالى. وحنوم لنا في صومالي وادو حيستين شيخ جمال ما أنتو نوح دلدلة عربي يو إنجليز أنا الغد قال اسمه في عنين marka af Soomaaliga hadaan ku wadana ka warama soo kayma barakallahu fiikum نشكر النائب المحترم سعادة الأخ آدم بر الدعالي هذا كان رئيس البرلمان في فترة من الفترات وهو رغم أنه مسؤول قيادي في الدولة لكنه قريب جدا من العلماء والمشايخ حتى أننا نكنيه النائب الشيخ فجزاه الله خيرا. الآن أرحب برئيس مجلس أمناء منظمة الإحسان للرعاية الاجتماعية فضيلة الشيخ الوالد محمد عبدي أمل ليكرم لجنة التحكيم فليتفضل مشكورا. وحنسود ويننا شيخنا الوالد الشيخ محمد عبدي أمل رئيس منظمة الإحسان si uu u karaameeyo lajnada garsoorka falyatafadal mashkuur.
بسم الله الحمد لله والثناء والله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه ما بعد. جزاكم الله خيرا جميعا ومرحبا بكم جميعا في هذا الحفل. نسأل الله تبارك وتعالى أن يوفق الجميع لما يحبه ويرضاه. وصلنا إلى هذه الجزئية وهي تكريم لجنة التحكيم جزاهم الله خيرا المشايخ الفضلاء. نبدأ برئيس لجنة التحكيم فضيلة الشيخ المقري الشيخ عبد الرشيد الشاعري الصوفي ويكرمه النائب دعالي صديقتك بارك الله فيك جزاك الله خير الله يوفقك اكرمكم الله شيخ دقالكينا قدال بنغضنا ان شاء الله. يليه فضيلة الشيخ المفضال المقري الشيخ محمد عبد الكريم يكرمه السنتر ممد. السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام شيخنا حياكم الله الله يعزكم الله يكرمكم بارك الله فيك. نثلث بهما فضيلة الشيخ المقري حسن صالح ويكرمه النائب يوسف. جزاكم الله خير أحسن الله إليكم. الرابع الشيخ البروفيسور المفسر والمقري الشيخ عبد السلام المجيدي ويكرمه حسن ناندو رئيس مجلس الأعلى لمسلمي كينيا ما شاء الله مساي ما شاء الله. الخامس فضيلة الشيخ المقري السراج العلمي، ويكرمه القاضي سقيان. السادس والأخير إن شاء الله ابن الألبار الشاعر الأديب عبد الباري العلمي، ويكرمه الشيخ شكول، الشيخ محمد إبراهيم الشكول. ما شاء الله، بارك الله فيكم وجزاكم الله خير. يا نتائج تعليقكم. طيب، كلمة الرئيس. والآن نرحب برئيس لجنة التحكيم فضيلة الشيخ عبد الرشيد علي الصوفي في كلمته إن شاء الله تعالى، فليتفضل مشكورا. الله شيخنا، الله يحفظك.
الحمد لله وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين، وبعد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن، خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. وقال النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم: اقرأوا القرآن فإنه يأتي يوم القيامة شفيعا لأصحابه. وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام: الذي يقرأ القرآن وهو ماهر به مع السفرة الكرام البررة، والذي يقرأ القرآن ويتتعتع فيه وهو عليه شاق له أجران. وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام: إن الذي ليس في جوفه شيء من القرآن كالبيت الخرب، أو كما قال عليه الصلاة وأزكى السلام. وبعد، فضيلة الشيخ محمد عبد أمل رئيس منظمة الإحسان، وفضيلة الشيخ لقمان مدير جمعية القرآن الكريم في كينيا، السادة الفضلاء الأئمة المشايخ في لجنة التحكيم، والسادة المسؤولين الكبار في هذه الدولة الذين حضروا في هذا الحفل، والمشاركون في المسابقة، هؤلاء الحفظة لكتاب الله عز وجل من بنين وبنات، وسائر الحضور، السلام عليكم جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أقوم أمامكم، وليس عندي من الكلمات ما يقال بعدما قد سمعتوه أو تفضل به الأفاضل من قبل. أو حقيقة اجتماعنا هذا اليوم اجتماع عظيم، اجتمعنا لتكريم حفظة كتاب الله عز وجل. فهذا الحفل له رمزيته، أن له علاقة بالقرآن، والقرآن كلام الله عز وجل، وفضل كلام الله على سائر الكلام كفضل الله على سائر خلقه. وكما نعلم في دنيانا الكلمة قيمتها قيمة من قالها، فلا تستوي كلمة قالها أحد من السوق أو من عامة الناس بكلمة قالها رئيس أو مسؤول في الدولة، مع أن نفس الألفاظ ونفس الكلمات وصدرت من نفس شخص له يعني أسنان ولسان، ولكن الذي اختلف هو الوزن والمقام. فما رأيكم بكلام رب العالمين ملك الملوك ذي الجلال والإكرام رب السماوات والأرض؟ يعني من أعظم نعم الله عليك أيها الإنسان أنه جعلك مطيقا لأن تلفظ بكلام الله. الله تكلم، إذا تكلم الله في الوحي في السماء صعقت الملائكة في السماء، لا يدرون إلى الآن ماذا قال رب العالمين، ولكن لعظم هيبة وجلال الله في قلوبهم إذا علموا أن الله تكلم بالوحي صعقت الملائكة في السماء. فإذا أفاقوا من سقعتهم سأل بعضهم الأقربين إلى الله: ماذا قال ربكم؟ قالوا: الحق وهو العلي الكبير.
فالحمد لله الذي جعل قلوبنا مذللة بحمل كلام الله تبارك وتعالى، وأطلق ألسنتنا أن ننطق بكلام الله، ويسر لأسماعنا أن نسمع كلام الله. فلنعظم كلام الله عز وجل. كلمتي لأبناء المشاركين في المسابقة، مسابقة القرآن، هذه المسابقات فيها من التنافس المحمود الطيب، ولكن لا يكن هذا هدفك ولا يكن همك، وإنما همك أن تنافس فيما عند الله، وأن يكون القرآن حقيقة في حياتك، وأن تكون من أهل القرآن القائمين به في ليلك ونهارك، وأن تجعل لنفسك وردا لا تتركه تسقي به قلبك. فنصيحتي يعني الاهتمام بالورد القرآني وذكر الله عز وجل والقيام به والعمل به، وأن يكون هذا الذي تقرأه كلام الله عز وجل يعني ممثلا في حياتك. لما سئلت أمنا عائشة رضي الله عنها عن خلق النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قالت كانت خلقه القرآن. فلتكن أخلاقنا أخلاق القرآن بإذن الله تبارك وتعالى. نشكر جميع الإخوة الذين ساهموا في إنجاح هذه المسابقة، سواء من ذكر أم لم يذكر. نعم إن شاء الله. لا يفوتني، أنا حقيقة لست بشاعر كما تعرفون، يعني أنا ما أدري، لو حاولت كنت يمكن جبتها، الله أعلم. سبق لي وكنت في مسابقة السودان في جائزة الخرطوم، فجاء ولد صغير من طاجكستان وكان عمره 12 سنة، وكان هذا الولد أعجوبة. يعني أول ما بدأ موضوع تعرفون الآية رقمها كيفين وكذا، فأعجبنا هذا الولد. أول ما ألقيت عليه السؤال قبل أن يجيب قال هذه الآية رقم المصحف كذا، وبداية المصحف كذا، ونهايتها كذا، وقبلها كذا، وبعدها كذا، وبعدين قرأ. فأعجب الكل بهذا الأمر. لما قرأ كعادة المتسابقين يعني قد يأتي عنده شيء، فأنا كان علي طرق الجرس، فصعب علي، ولكني لابد لي يعني أنه أخطأ شوية. المهم فالتقينا في ليلة في حفل كريم لبعض الإخوة، وكان كل المتسابقين موجودين وكذا. قلت والله اليوم حدث هذا الأمر، وحضرني شطر بيت لا أجد له تكميلا. ما هو شطر البيت؟ قلت عز علي يا فتى قرع الجرس، فأكملها عاصم جميل على طول من الشباب يعني. قال فأنت يا لمن قرآن درس، وذا أبوك يجتني ما قد غرس، يا فارس بوركت أنت والفرس. هو كملها. وأنا أقول لشاعرنا وشيخنا عبد الباري حضرني بيت والكمال أو تكميله لكم إن شاء الله. ولما ذكر لجنة التحكيم الخمسة وبدأ بالضعيف الذي حقيقة لولا هذا الإجراء الروتيني فهناك من هو أولى مني أن يرأس اللجنة، وبدأ فلان خامسهم، بعدين سادس هو ولكنه ترك نفسه. فلما مر علي قلت له لماذا لم لم تذكر السادس؟ فقال وسادسهم، هو قال وسادسهم عبد ضعيف مضاعف. فلما ذهب خيل إلي هذا البيت، فقلت وسادسهم عبد ضعيف كما ادعى، ولكنه أربى على الكل منشدا. الآن أشعرت. وزادني الأخ عبد الحليم أخذت منه بيتا قال أديب عليم فاضل وابن فاضل سليل كرام لا يبارون محتدا. بارك الله فيه وجزاه الله كل خير، وبارك الله فيكم وأطلت عليكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سومالي بالي قوي ديشتينا وحكوش يقو وسلامتين كل جين. بارك الله فيكم. هذه أدبان وفر أحسننا هرنتي مسابقة رون أهان مركز اللي يراهو أي استاجل هيد دولة ذو أي إلهي إذن وافجية إذن كو جالية ديرة أو إلهي منظمة وافجية عجائب كله مركا شقة هل كان لقى قبتي وشقة دولة ذو هو وين قبل هاين أدبان هرتو وفرح سنة هي إلهي سبحانه وتعالى مستواها وإذن قارسية يا أهل كينيا وخاصة أهل نيروبي وخاصة منظمة الإحسان إيو جمعية القرآن الكريم وتوفيق من الله بأن أرنا وها شرف إيو وناقد كفلا وفدقاس نعم وها يعني شرف إذن كفلا بأن أرنا إن وفدقاس كريم كأه كيمد بلدان كلا دون أي ضيف إن ما أنت هل كان إذن كيهين أو أي مالمه هل كان وقرآن كوسعودي إلى هذا ما أنتنا حفلي ختم جدي وياهي شرف أنت سائل نوقفلا مركا وحن سيجارة أنو مهدينا شيخنا الشيخ محمد عبد أمل إيو مشايخ ذا زملاء ذي ساعة منظمة الإحسان كذلك الشيخ لقمان جمعية القرآن كذلك أخونا آدم بارك الله فيه دعم جيسيو ولا جيسيو يدمان مسؤولين هل كان سو حاضرتي لما نوانو مهديننا وندعينا إلهي سبحانه وتعالى هبركيو ودن كنا ودنا نهلك النقطة الله بركيو ودن ونكسوي الله بركيو أمن جيسيو ونا جيسيو خير كيسا الله أزياديو يعني وكاهد أذر كيسانو إلهي نو تمكينية حفلة دائنا اسكاقب سنو بكل حرية وبكل طاقة يعني وشقاء أي دولته قبل لهايين وسفارته قوم لهايين بإلهي سبحانه وتعالى تيسيري مركا كل وان وضم هذيننا وان ودعينا بارك الله فيهم اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار ربنا اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وللمسلمين أجمعين بارك اللهم في الحاضرين جميعا واجعلهم أهلا للقرآن حقا وتحقيقا إن ذلك عليك يسير وبالإجابة جدير وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين جزاكم الله خير
بارك الله فيك جزاك الله خيرا مولانا الشيخ وجزاك الله خيرا رئيس لجنة التحكيم ظهر يا شيخ أنكم شاعر فحل لأنهم يقولون يعني الارتجال في الشعر هو الذي ينبئ عن كون الشخص شاعرا حقيقيا أم لا فهنيئا لكم بارك الله فيكم مولانا. الآن وصلنا إلى الحلقة الأخيرة والختامية لهذا الحفل الكريم وهو الختام المسك وهو ما من أجله اجتمعنا. تفضل يا شيخنا شيخ محمد تفضل نرحب بفضيلة الشيخ المقرئ الدكتور محمد عبد الكريم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين. ما أجمل أن يجتمع الناس على شرف القرآن فشرف القرآن هو أعظم شرف فنسأل الله تعالى أن يشرفنا بالقرآن وأن يكرمنا به في الدنيا والآخرة. أيها الإخوة والأخوات هذه المسابقة المباركة التي أشرف أن أكون فيها مع الكرام من المشايخ الفضلاء وعلى رأسهم فضيلة الشيخ عبد الرشيد الصوفي والأخ الحبيب الشيخ حسن صالح وفضيلة الشيخ عبد السلام المجيدي وفضيلة الشيخ السراج العلمي وكذلك أيضا الشاب الأديب الحافظ الشيخ عبد الباري العلمي وهذه اللجنة التي يعني حرصت على أن تسلك مسلك العدالة والحرص على ألا يفوتها شيء. في النهاية هذه لجنة ليست معصومة ولكنها إن شاء الله تعالى كانت جادة في إرادة أن يعطى كل إنسان حقه ومستحقه. ومما أذهلنا في اللجنة أننا وجدنا والحمد لله مستويات مشرفة، حتى إننا والله يعني لا ظننا بأن هؤلاء ربما يتساوون يعني في المركز الأول أو ربما يتنافسون على المركز الثاني للإتقان وللأصوات الندية، ولكن لا شك أن يعني أن بعضهم يعني سبق أخاه بشيء يسير، وأظن أنهم جميعا إن شاء الله تعالى من أهل الفوز ومن أهل السبق. وأنا كما قلت بالأمس هذه المسابقات من بركتها أنها تحفز القائمين على دور القرآن ومراكز القرآن في بلدانهم أن يحرصوا على الإتقان، وهذا الذي نلاحظه والحمد لله، أن هذه المسابقات دفعت بالمراكز القرآنية وبالمدرسين إلى أن يرعوا المعايير المسابقات في التنافس، وهذا فيه خير عظيم. أجدد الشكر لجمعية الإحسان المباركة وجمعية القرآن، وعلى رأسهم فضيلة الشيخ محمد عبد أمل ومن معه من إخوانه الكرام، وأسأل الله تعالى أن يجعل أعمالنا خالصة له لوجهه خالصة، وأن يجعلها صالحة، وأن يكرمنا بالقرآن أجمعين. هذا وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
شكر الله لكم مولانا الشيخ وجزاكم الله خيرا على هذه الكلمة. نرحب بمولانا الشيخ عبد السلام المجيدي ليقول كلمة. تفضل شيخنا تفضل. طلب من الجمهور، الناس يحبونكم حبا جما، فقولوا لهم كلمة عسى الله ينفع بها.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين، حمدا لا انقطاع لراتبه ولا إقلاع لسحائبه، حمدا يكون لإنعامه مجازيا ولإحسانه موازيا، وإن كانت آلاء ربنا لا تجازى ولا توازى ولا تجارى ولا تبارى ولا تمارى. ربي لك الحمد على كل نعمة، ومن أعظم النعماء قولي لك الحمد. وأصلي وأسلم على البشير النذير والسراج المنير سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين، وبعد، فهذا المقام هو مقام الشكر، وأول شكر نتوجه به لربنا سبحانه وتعالى الذي خلقنا ورزقنا وعلمنا القرآن. قل بفضل الله وبرحمته فبذلك فليفرحوا هو خير مما يجمعون. اللهم لك الحمد حمدا طيبا كثيرا مباركا فيه مباركا عليه كما تحب ربنا وترضى. ولقد قال بعض أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم: هذه المحامد التي لا يستطيع الإنسان أن يصل إليها إلا بإلهام من الله. فأخبر النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم أن هذا الإنسان لما قال، أن هذا الصحابي لما قال الحمد لله حمدا طيبا كثيرا مباركا فيه مباركا عليه كما تحب ربنا وترضى، ابتدرها 37 ملكا كلهم يريد أن يكتبها. فنسأل الله تعالى أن يجعلنا مع الحامدين. وأما الشكر الثاني فهو لنبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم، هو الذي أنزل الله عليه: اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. قرأ عليه جبريل 5 آيات، فرجع النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم بهذه الآيات ال5: اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق، خلق الإنسان من علق، اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم، علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. رجع، تقول عائشة رضي الله عنها: يرجف بها فؤاده، يرجف بها فؤاده. اقرأ وفديتك يا محمد حينما رددت هذا الأمر، حينما واجهت هذا الأمر باستفساري، وفديت صوتك حينما رددتها آية من القرآن باسم الباري، وفديت صوتك خائفا متهدجا تدعو خديجة أسرعي بدثاري، وفديت زهدك في مباهج عيشهم وخلو قلبك من هوى الدينار. يا سيد الأبرار حبك صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم ومجد وبجل وكرم. يا سيد الأبرار حبك لوحة في خاطري صداحة الأنوار والشوق. ما هذا بشوق إنه في قلبي الولهان جذوة ناري صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. ثم نقول ثالثا: شكر الله لأصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم الذين نقلوا لنا القرآن عذبا وسلسلا، فمن بعدهم من الأجيال حتى وصل إلينا. فشكر الله تعالى من قام على هذه المسابقة ومن كان وراءها. شكر الله لمنظمة الإحسان ولكل هؤلاء الحاضرين وجمعنا. وأعظم ما يكون عملا وتطبيقا في جوارحنا، وأفضل ما يكون واقعا في حياتنا. وآتنا من فضلك ورحمتك بفضلك ورحمتك أفضل ما تؤتي عبادك الصالحين. نسألك إيمانا لا يرتد ونعيما لا ينفد ومرافقة نبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم في أعلى جنان الخلد. وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه والحمد لله رب العالمين.
جزاك الله خيرا فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور ورفع الله قدركم. هذا waxaan soo gaarnay meesha ugu dambeysay ugu muhiimsan xafladan loo caqiday ama loo guntay waa inaan karaamayno oo aan sharafno ardada kaalimaha koowaad ku guuleystay. ilaahay subxaanahu wa tacaala ha barakeeyo. horta kulligooda waa guuleysteen siday culimadeena noo sheegeen. qofka haddiiba uu xaafidul qur'aan yahay haddana uu gaaro heer uu ku tartamayo qur-aanka ilaahay uu guuleystay. ilaahay subxaanahu wa tacaala siday adduunka u guuleysteen ayaga iyo annagaba ha naga dhigo kuwa ku guuleysta jannaatul firdaws biidni illaah. saaad ogtihiin oo horeyba loo sheegay, musaabaqadu waxay ka kooban tahay laba farac. farac maxalli ah oo gabdhaheenna ay ku tartamayeen ilaa 10 gabdhood ilaa 9 gabdhood ayaa ku tartamayay faracaas. kuwaas ayaan ku bilaabaynaa. waxaan u yeerayaa gabadha magaceeda la yiraahdo Shukri Cabdullaahi. Shukri Cabdullaahi waxay gashay kaalinta 9aad. Shukri soo dhow. sidoo kale waxaan u yeerayaa gabadha magaceeda la yiraahdo Aamina Cali Axmed. waxay ku guuleysatay kaalinta 8aad. fadali Shukri. Aamina Cali Axmed waxay ku guuleysatay kaalinta 8aad. kaalinta 7aad waxaa ku guuleysatay حنان علي ناصر. نعم جزاكم الله خيرا. الآن فيما من أجله عقد هذا الحفل البهيج وهو تكريم حفظة كتاب الله. وكما تعرفون المسابقة كانت من فرعين. الفرع الأول يتسابق فيها جمع من أخواتنا الكينيين وكان عددهم 9. وحصل على المركز 9 الأخت شكري عبد الله، وعلى المركز 8 الأخت آمنة علي أحمد، وعلى المركز 7 الأخت حنان علي ناصر. وحصلت على المركز 6 الأخت سندس محمد إبراهيم. وكالنت شنات 5 مكررا عفوا كالنت شنات أيه شيء أيه وحيسلق لي فرحية حسن آدم. المركز 5 مكررا الأخت فرحية حسن آدم والأخت سندس محمد إبراهيم. كالنت شنات أيه يسلق لي لبضاس قبلوت. كالنت أفراد وحكوكو ليستي آمنة سوغو إسحاق. حصلت على المركز 4 الأخت آمنة سوغو إسحاق. وأترك المراكز 3 الأول لفضيلة الشيخ الوالد محمد عبد أمل حتى يعلنه فليتفضل مشكورا. كلمها صدح هذا أبوه رئيسة وحن أدينا يا شيخ محمد عبد أمل سيء إعلامي.
بسم الله الحمد لله. المرتبة الثالثة نصر علي حاجي في المرتبة الثالثة، وجائزتها $1000. الشيخ محمد تفضل. gabadhaas waxay gashay martabada saddexaad waxaana lagu abaalmariyey $1000. المرتبة الثانية حنان راجي. مرتبة اللواد waxaa gashay حنان راجي waxaa abaalmarinta siinaya senator mumad. المركز الأول ما شاء الله إكرام عبد الله مختل. المركز الأول إكرام عبد الله مختل. نمبر كوباد طوانكي قبضة ترتمي قبضة شاق شيء وحنا الواب المري $6000. جائزتها $3000 أمريكي. ما شاء الله. وبهذا انتهينا إلى ختام المتسابقات وجوائزهن ونتائجهن. جزاكم الله خيرا.
سورة جماعية كقاطع إعلامك قبلها سواء ذا قوليستين لكن كالنت كوات سيد الله شاقي واد مقليسين وحكو قوليستي إكرام عبد الله مختل إلهي هذا بركة. جزاكم الله خيرا. بس ودي كرتان بارك الله فيكم. الآن وصلنا إلى إعلان نتائج المسابقة الكبرى التي تسابق فيها 40 متسابقا من 40 دولة أفريقية. وقد حبذ مشايخنا الأفاضل أعضاء لجنة التحكيم أن يكرم المراكز العشر الأول لكونهم أقوياء في المسابقة، وكلهم أقوياء مثل ما ذكر فضيلة الشيخ محمد عبد الكريم، لكن هؤلاء هم الأقوى. ومثل ما تفضل الشيخ قد يكون بما أن التنافس كان كبيرا فقد يكون الحصول على المراكز بأقل من نقطة. وعليه إن شاء الله تعالى هذا وحانو يرينا طبنك أبوه الرئيسة كوغو ليستي مراكز طبنات إلى إيو مركز ككوهات كالنتا طبنات إلى إيو كالنتا كوهات سادوكتهين مسابقة داس دولي waxaa ku tartamayay 40 arday oo ka kala socda 40 dowladood oo dowladaha Afrika ka mid ah. kaalinta tobnaad waxaa ku guuleystay حصل على المركز العاشر المتسابق إبراهيم خليل من دولة السنغال. إبراهيم خليل من دولة السنغال فليتفضل مشكورا. هذه شيخ عمر ما يكواس وحكى له كالنتا كوات كالنكا تبناد عفوا كالنتا تبناد واي كالنتا كوات ما وحكو قوليستي إبراهيم خليل وكسعودة دولة سنغال وحكوت الله ويست أفريقيا دانا خلدمين. حصل على المركز التاسع الأخ المتسابق القارئ حسن جبريل عمر من دولة النيجر. وحكو قوليستي كالنتا سقالات حسن جبريل عمر وكسعودة دولة نيجر. طيب kaalinta sideedaad waxaa ku guulaystay cabdinuur aadam faarax oo ka socda إثيوبيا. حصل على المركز الثامن الأخ المتسابق القارئ عبد النور آدم فارح من دولة إثيوبيا. حصل على المركز السابع الأخ المتسابق القارئ قاسم أيوب من جمهورية تنزانيا. كالنت تضباط وحكو قوليستي قاسم أيوب وكسعدة دولة تنزانيا. كالنت لحات وحكو قوليستي سنغاري خالد وكسعدة أيفري كوست. حصل على المركز السادس الأخ المتسابق القارئ سنغاري خالد من دولة ساحل العاج. وأترك إعلان الحاصلين على المراكز الخمس الأول لفضيلة الشيخ الوالد مولانا محمد عبد أمل، فليتفضل مشكورا. الإخوة البقية الذين حصلوا على المركز 11 إلى 40 سيكرمون لاحقا، وجزاكم الله خيرا.
بسم الله. حصل على المركز الخامس الأخ الكريم إدريس أبو بكر من دولة نيجيريا. مركز كشناد وحاقلي إدريس أبو بكر وكسعودة دولة نيجيريا. وعابل قدلو سيي $2,000. جائزته $1,000 أمريكي. إن شاء الله. فضل. يكرمه الشيخ عبد السلام. ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. الله يبارك فيك، وفقكم الله. حصل على المركز الرابع ضياء رضا من دولة مصر، جمهورية مصر. مركز كأفراد وحاقلي ضياء رضا وكسعودة دولة مصر. يكرمه حسناندو رئيس مجلس الأعلى لمسلمي كينيا. فضل. جائزته $3,000 أمريكي. $1,000 أمريكنا أي الواب المري. حصل على المركز الثالث طاهر محمود من الصومال. مركز كسدحاد وحاقلي طاهر محمود وكسعودة صوماليا. وحا أبا المرنسين يا شيخ حسن صالح. وحالوا أبا المريي $5,000. جائزته $5,000 أمريكي. فضل دعالي آدم. فضل هنا مومد سنته. هل كان ريمو؟ حصل على المركز الثاني ثيام بونا من كونغو برازيل. ما شاء الله. مركز كلاباد وحاقلي أردقاسي ثيام بونا وكسعودة كونغو. جائزتي سوحويان $7,000. $7,000 ما شاء الله. $7,000 أمريكي. ما شاء الله. ما شاء الله. دعالي هي سنتر هي شيخ عبد الرشيد. تفضل. حصل على المركز الأول. ما شاء الله الكل يعني يريد يسمع. حصل على المركز الأول خالد زياد محمد من كينيا. حصل على المركز الأول خالد زياد محمد من كينيا. أردق نمبر 1 قالي وخالد زياد محمد أو كينيا كالصعدة وحان اللقاء بالمريي 10,000 دولار أو مريكان. جائزته 10,000 دولار أمريكي. الله أكبر ما شاء الله. وأبونا ما شاء الله. أرديغان وأرديغي أو مسابقة محلية هيدي رمضانكي مساجد كسيس كدعدي أرديغي نمبر 1 قالي واي مركتي عالمي قاعد سجى نمبر 1 قالي ما شاء الله. المسابقة المحلية كان الرقم الأول ما شاء الله، كان في المركز الأول. أي نعم، ربنا يوفقه ما شاء الله ما شاء الله، وفقه الله ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. حياكم الله. ما شاء الله. جزاك الله خير.
لجنة تحكيمي
صورة جماعية، لجنة تحكيم مع الطلبة مع المتسابقين. sanadkii hore waxaa qaadatay Rwanda. kii ka sii horeeyay kii hore Rwanda qaadatay, kii labaad ee kan ka horeeyay Nigeria qaadatay, kanna Kenya waay. ما شاء الله. أيوة الله يتقبل منا ومنكم. الله أكبر ما شاء الله. كلكم فائزون إن شاء الله تعالى ومباركون، وبارك الله فيكم جزاكم الله خير. نجلس إن شاء الله تعالى نختم الجلسة بقراءة ما شاء الله للشيخ القاري حسن صالح.
شيخ حسن
تجلس. حياكم الله ما شاء الله.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولقد كرمنا بني آدم وحملناهم في البر والبحر ورزقناهم من الطيبات وفضلناهم على كثير ممن خلقنا تفضيلا. يوم ندعو كل أناس بإمامهم فمن أوتي كتابه بيمينه فأولئك يقرؤون كتابهم ولا يظلمون فتيلا. ومن كان في هذه أعمى فهو في الآخرة أعمى وأضل سبيلا. وإن كادوا ليفتنونك عن الذي أوحينا إليك لتفتري علينا غيره وإذا لاتخذوك خليلا. ولولا أن ثبتناك لقد كدت تركن إليهم شيئا قليلا. إذا لأذقناك ضعف الحياة وضعف الممات ثم لا تجد لك علينا نصيرا وإن كادوا ليستفزونك من الأرض ليخرجوك منها وإذا لا يلبثون خلفك إلا قليلا سنة من قد أرسلنا قبلك من رسلنا سنة من قد أرسلنا قبلك من رسلنا ولا تجد لسنتنا تحويلا أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر إن قرآن الفجر كان مشهودا ومن الليل فتهجد به نافلة لك عسى أن يبعثك ربك مقاما محمودا وقل رب أدخلني مدخل صدق وأخرجني مخرج صدق واجعل لي من لدنك سلطانا نصيرا وقل جاء الحق وزهق الباطل إن الباطل كان زهوقا وننزل من القرآن ما هو شفاء ورحمة للمؤمنين ولا يزيد الظالمين إلا خسارا صدق الله العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما عدد ما أحاط به علمك وخط به قلمك وأحصاه كتابك. وارض اللهم عن ساداتنا أبي بكر وعمر وعثمان وعلي وعن الصحابة أجمعين وعن التابعين وتابعيهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين وعنا معهم يا ذا الجلال والإكرام بكرمك وجودك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم لا تصرفنا من هذا المكان إلا بذنب مغفور وسعي مشكور وعمل صالح مبرور. اللهم هب المسيئين منا للمحسنين. إلهي يا ذا الجلال والإكرام انظر إلينا في مجلسنا هذا نظرة رضا لا نشقى بعدها أبدا. اللهم ارحمنا يا رب العالمين ببركة القرآن العظيم واجعل قلوبنا كقلوب خيارنا واجمعنا على أتقى قلب فينا. اللهم تقبل هذا العمل المبارك يا رب العالمين واجعله في ميزان حسنات كل من ساهم فيه. اللهم حفظ أولادنا القرآن وعمر بيوتنا القرآن وأدخلنا الجنة بكرامة القرآن. اللهم اجعلنا مع أهله وخاصته في الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم بارك في هذه المسابقة وفي القائمين عليها. اللهم جازهم خيرا يا رب العالمين وبارك في أبنائنا وبناتنا الحفظة والحافظات. اللهم اجعل حفظهم لكتابك بركة على بلادهم وعلى أهليهم يا رب العالمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
جزاك الله خير شيخ حسن. martida iyo culimada جزاكم الله خير. إلهي هذه بركيو وينو حرنتهاي. أعلن لجميع الإخوة المشاركين أن لكل واحد منهم جائزة بإذن الله تبارك وتعالى يأخذ من القائمين على الجمعية بإذن الله تبارك وتعالى. لا أحد يحرم ولا أحد محروم في المسابقة أصلا، يعني كلهم فائزون بإذن الله تبارك وتعالى. والنتائج فعلا كانت متقاربة، يعني بعضها يعني فواصل يعني عجيبة جدا. المسابقة كانت يعني كانت شديدة فعلا. جزاكم الله خير وما سنتهين حضورك ولا لا كسوق قلي الله يدين بركيه. انت سينو اكتهي culimadeennana meelahay ka yimaadeen nabad allah ku celiyo martida inoo timidna waa mahadsan jazaakumullahu khayr dhammaanteena ahlul qur'aan allah inaga dhigo ducada culimadana allah inoo aqbalo jazaakumullahu khayran waxaad samaysaan salaadii casarka joogta meeshaad ku tukan lahayd ruux walba ha ka gaaro